What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And that was it!
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison!
And those three words are, you are mine.
What a finish! What a man!
Oh my word! It's wonderful.
Oh, that's a Hail Mary and a half!
Goodbye.
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series, where Week 10 gets underway here at the Live Lounge Report. And what a week we have for you. Two former Champions Week runners up in Tom Sykes and Jimmy Vansky headline what is going to be quite the bill as we head towards the final quarter of Series 10. Watching all the action in Group A this week is the asset Paul Nicholson. And when you look at lineups and you look at the players, and you look at the quality that's in there, this can't disappoint, can it?
It can't. Simple as that, because we've got players in form, people who have done things here. And when you've got a multitude of weekly champions the way that we have here this week, we can expect great darts. And for a debutant like Martin Biggs, he's up against it in a big, big way.
Well, Saturday night saw another big name make their way through to Champions League. Mervyn King winning on his debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He played some good darts this week, last week, shall I say, but I think he's the first person, isn't he, to play things down?
He's always going to play things down until he becomes world champion. That's the way that Mervyn works. But I think when we look at the end of week 12 and we go through the entire 3-month process in going to Champions Week, that 157 against Charlie Martin may just be the finish of the series so far, because you've got Charlie waiting to strike and Mervyn King, that 157 to get him into the final. Well, it didn't actually get him to the final, but it gave him the opportunity. And he was able to find something numerically bigger in the final. He just looked like he was peaking at the right time, and a fabulous 3 days for him from Group B and on finals night on Saturday.
So Mervyn King into Champions Week at the end of April. Week 10 is about to get underway, and we've got quite the lineup for you. Now, these are the odds for the week. Jimmy Vansky and Tom Sykes, both former finalists, of course, at a Champions Week. They go off the joint favourites at 11-4, but you look down that list and everywhere you go, there is just quality, isn't there?
It's impossible to pick a winner this week. It's easy to go for Jimmy or Tom because of the fact they've made it to the Champions Night final. But Whitlock was very impressive when he was on his debut earlier in the series. He's getting a second crack this time. But you could go as deep as Carl Wilkinson, in my opinion, for a weekly winner, because 9 weeks completed, 7 first-time winners, and people are starting to stand up and be counted. And as far as Wilkinson's concerned, I see him as the biggest value.
David and Tom played at the British Internationals at the weekend. England were victorious in that in the men's division, but both have had long journeys through the night down here. How much could that possibly affect them?
It depends on the person. I think when you're travelling through the night, if you're saying to yourself, I'm so tired, I wish I had today off, you're not going to have a good day. But if you make peace with the fact that your schedule is tough, it's okay. I'll get 3-4 hours sleep. I will just get back on it, and then I'll sleep again when it's finished. That's the way to approach it. Be strong and you'll be fine.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Well, this week should be quite the week, shouldn't it, here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And somebody is going to join Mervyn King into Champions Week. He won on Saturday night, and let's have a look back at the best of the action.
And it remains so for Atkins.
It's gone. And Mervyn King is within one leg of the semi-finals. He's still alive. He's had to work very hard to get a victory here.
The red bit at the top of the board pretty soon, which is exactly what he does.
He does win the group, and in doing so has taken out Jamie Atkins.
He's finding this target, he becomes a threat for tonight. Steve West.
It would be great. It would be unbelievable. You better believe it. Is staring the final in the face. And he will make the final. He's kept everything quiet. Oh, we're at 86. That's interesting. Double 18. Flashy to say the least. This do. It's double 14. West is in another final. It was all about the doubles. Saved the situation. Is he up to the same trick? Oh, not again! Now it is match point.
Game, shot, and the match. And the winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 10, Week 9, it's the King, Marvin King!
Marvin King!
You could say Mervyn King is the biggest name into Champions Week, and the lineup is beginning to fill up quite nicely. Devon Peterson won in Week 8, Derek Coulson the other one in the second half of the series. We've also got the reigning WDF World Champion Shane McGurk in there, and Scott Campbell, who's having a really good year, is making his Pro Tour debut today. He's going to be a lively contender. Plus the likes of Alex Moore, Jensen Walker and Sam Spivey, aka Spivey Man, who'll be making his debut in the big week. April the 21st, that all gets underway here on Pluto TV. But Monday is going to be quick fire here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've got quality, we've got pace, we've got all the ingredients for what could be a classic session here at the Modus Super Series. And we kickstart with two players that have been all the way to the biggest week of the lot. David Davies played at Champions Night last time he was here, whereas Andy Davidson won on his debut the best part of a year ago, and he's looking to make it through to a second Champions Week. But the pair will know it's going to be a hard task. David Davies playing for the first time in his 40s here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The winner of Week 11 in the previous series, up against another man who's won a Week 11 before. Andy Davidson, the 29-year-old from Edinburgh, won Week 11 in Series 7, beating Aidan Kirk in that particular final. It should be an intriguing week. It should be good fun. It should be high quality. And it should be fast-paced. And I'm happy to say, alongside me here in the commentary box to talk all about it's the asset, Paul Nicholson. Jack Garwood is your referee on the stage. And I think it's a case of blink and you will miss it this week.
When it comes to David Davies, maybe not so, but with Andy Davidson, most definitely.
90.
He's one of the fastest players we've got.
100.
But he's only been active for about 6 weeks after some health troubles. But it has been a really good 12 months for Andy
46.
Davidson, hasn't it?
Came here this time last year as a relative unknown. And very, very
80.
quickly did we get to find out how good this guy was. Winning on his debut, putting some really good performances earlier on in the week. And I remember him saying that he just wanted to acquit himself well on the stage. All he ever wanted to do was do enough to get a second invite. Well, now he's one of the very first names on the list. That's the first 180 of the week from David Davies, and do not expect
26.
that to be the last.
It would be rather amusing if for the rest of the week we just got 177s and 174s. And we just had 180 all week.
140.
But that's not going to happen.
Well, we told you there'd be quality, and David Davies has got out the gate rather quickly.
83.
Didn't get back to Portsmouth until the wee hours, having played for Wales at the British Internationals of the weekend. Was looking for a 14 dart star, but a stray into the single 12 means he's going to have to spur one here. But he has got plenty of time on his side to take out the opening leg.
13.
And he's going to need 3 more to get off and running.
78. David, you require 32.
Double 16.
Game shot
Takes
on
the first leg in 16.
David
A very
Davies.
good sign. Not using his favourite flights here this week,
Second
David
leg,
Davies,
it's Andy
because
to throw
I think he's run
first.
out.
Game on.
But he's kept the Geordie theme by using Ryan Joyce flights.
99.
Yep, same setup which he used at the weekend in Skegness at the British Internationals.
Won 1 game and lost 1 game.
55.
Beat Nicky Danoon 4-3. That was yesterday because it was Wales who had both of their games on Sunday.
81.
So got a 4-3 win against Scotland. That bodes well for this game. But lost to Sean Carroll when he was playing against England. Again, it was 4 legs to 3.
100.
And many congratulations to everybody who played for their country over the weekend,
85.
including the people who did get their wins for their country. And even if you didn't, you deserve a lot of credit for getting that shirt on your back.
Or just to play for your country, just once in your career is a honour in
59.
itself. I was speaking to Jared Cole over the course of the weekend. And he was kind of under the
140.
interpretation of, yes, he wants to win so desperately for his country, but he was saying whatever happens in his career, nobody can take away the fact that he's an England international.
Correct.
125.
Did get a win yesterday.
And you
Did Jared?
require 96.
It's not going to be a leg win here for Andy
38.
Davidson. But press pause on that for now because Die, as we call him, is on a bogey number. First one of the week.
65. And you
So
require
Davidson, for a
58.
routine holder throw to level the match up, is looking at double top.
Game
Gets the
shot on
double
second
top, no
leg,
mistake
Andy
about that,
Davidson.
and we are level at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
There's a nice smile from the Welsh Open champion. There's a lot of synergy between these two.
140.
They beat Matthew Edgar in that final by 5 legs to 1 after taking out Darren Williams 5-4 in the semi-finals.
43.
That was back in September. And that was off the back of winning in Malta last year as well. All part of what he's done in the last 12 months,
134.
putting himself on the map.
Be interesting to hear from Andy in terms of what his
140.
ambitions are for the year ahead, because those victories do put himself in a decent position to qualify for the Lakeside and the WDF World Championship in December. Maybe the Global
57.
Championship on the ADC may be something in his periphery as well. And this is the thing for players now at this level. They've got options, they've got choices, they've got
58.
things to choose
David, you
between.
require 170.
But David Davies has got no other choice if he wants to go for the 170. But he has got plenty of time to re-establish the lead. All comfortable with throw so far.
He just saves his 170s
100.
for Saturday nights. When he got one on a Saturday night, it was epic.
100. David, you require 70.
That's okay. Let's see if Dart 3 is.
50.
Not so.
Andy, you require
We
160.
did see this finish on Saturday night just gone.
But Davidson is not going to provide the goods with the 160. And so
81.
Davies, who've got a 16
David, you
darter to win
require
leg 1.
20.
Looking for another 6-visit leg here.
Game
The double
shot on the
5
third
goes.
leg.
All with
David
throw
Davies.
thus far. David Davies opens up a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Just noticed as well, when he won the Welsh Open, Andy beat Terry Jenkins en route.
125.
It's a bit of a feather in your cap, isn't it? Now, Terry might not have been at the peak of his powers last year, but he's still a scalp.
Just to say that you've played and you've beaten the great man. Just to say you've been in the same arena as the great man will be something I know that Andy will bestow. I think he's somebody that, having spoken to him, very much pinches himself about where he is in terms of the sport. Feels very fortunate with the opportunities that he's had over the last year or so, and very fortunate with the people that are trying to give him a sense of direction and a sense of progression in his darting career.
55.
Winning the Malta Masters as well. He beat Darren Johnson in the final.
96.
That is no mean feat. And he beat an old pal of mine in the semi-finals. A guy by the name of Davy Gradwell.
21.
I used to play county with Davy. What a player.
You ever heard the story about Darren Johnson's nickname?
I just call him DJ. He's called Dynamite, right?
Once upon a time. But he's now called
58.
DJ because his first name's Down and his last name's Johnson. His exact words.
Yeah, it's like a can of varnish.
81.
By the way, we're going to be digging into people's histories and what they've done quite deeply this week. But after looking at the
41.
results sheet of the Malta
Andy
Masters, we might have come up with
119.
the referee's worst nightmare match. We'll get into that in a second.
36. David, you require 146.
Still waiting for our first Ton Plus checkout of this game. We might not even get one. But if Davies was to take this, it would have changed the complexion of the game.
And so Davidson back may only get one dart here
Andy, you
to level back up.
83.
And Davies has put himself in a very good position to break. It's going to be one dart at the bull. He doesn't get it. So Davies has an opportunity here to stretch
David,
a
you
two-leg
require
lead in this
46.
contest. Double top.
6.
Two well-thrown darts, but
Andy,
neither
you
can find the
require
target. So
55.
Davidson escapes a break opportunity and has a chance to level up if he can find double 8.
27.
Doesn't go. He's missed 3 darts
David,
in
you
this leg
require
to level up
40.
at 2-2. Davies comes back for a 3-1 lead. But he himself
score.
has missed 5 at that target.
Andy, you require
Early morning
8.
pain.
Game shot on the
Right
fourth
in the
leg.
corner.
Andy Davidson.
When he threw that, he was holding his breath. He thought it was in double 13. He's almost embarrassed
Fifth leg.
to
It's
hit double
David
4
to
like
go
that.
first.
Well,
Game on.
that double has quite some synergy for Andy because that was the double that he hit to win his weekly title against Aidan Kirk all the way back in Series 7. That feels weird, doesn't it, saying all the way back in Series 7?
95.
Yeah, let's go through that referee's nightmare game then from Malta.
140.
This was a game that was played in the last 16 between someone from Belgium and someone from Greece. Can you imagine being Jack Garwood or any referee, and these are the names that you would have to pronounce correctly multiple times
49.
in a game? Davy van den Driesche and Panagiotis
40.
Chrysopathis.
You should try commentating on the Conference League, Nico.
100.
I did a game between Aston Villa and a side from Bosnia and Herzegovina last year.
96.
I think it's the only time I've ever written out a team sheet phonetically.
It's a good thing because it's not just
121.
Andy Smiths and Kevin Painters anymore. It's a darting world with people from many different countries.
134. David, you require 136.
These names are pretty easy to pronounce. He needs a 57 till he tops.
96.
That's and you shall receive.
Require 91.
Well, Davies missed 5 darts to break in the previous leg. Andy Davidson isn't going to get a chance to do so in this particular leg. And so
40.
Davies will come back for the target. He missed a handful of in the previous leg. This time it's double 10. Chasing 5s. And he could well be chasing the game in a couple of moments' time because Davis is going to come back
40.
for a 3-2 lead. And importantly, he'd have the darts to win the match. Double 10, open target,
20.
not found.
Monday morning doubles.
David, you require 10.
17 missed darts at a double in this first match of the week.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
It might not be
David
18.
Davies.
That's more like it.
Well,
6th leg.
that's
It's
the
Andy
tail of
to
the tape
first.
when it comes to the checkouts. 11 missed darts at a double for David Davies. 6 for Andy Davidson. But it is the man from
96.
Wales that has a 3-2 lead in this contest.
There's a big week of darts coming up. International Darts Open week in Risa, which means Gezi Price is probably about to cash a big check
100.
and maybe lift another IDO in Risa. Martin Schindler will be trying to defend the title.
137.
There'll be a Dart Players Australia event happening in Bunbury in South Australia. Good luck to everybody playing that.
28.
And many congratulations to everybody who won on the development tour over the weekend. The likes of Dominic Grulich yesterday, Owen Bates, Patrick Williams, Ryan Branley, who is on the cusp of getting a
6.
chant, just like Dan Byrne. And Bo Greaves, of course, who retains the top spot in the development tour Order of Merit. Many congratulations to everybody.
140. David, you require 164.
So Davies here, 164 to get the match won. He's taken the darts off of Davidson again, but can he make a better job of it than he did the last time he had that particular opportunity? He's going to leave himself on 64 after 12, forcing Davidson potentially to take this 137 out. He's not going to. And so Davies, from this point, should get a match start to claim a 4-2 win in the opening match of the week. One dart. A double top.
24.
That target has plagued him all game long.
Game shot on
It has been a bit of a rusty game,
Davidson.
but who's about to polish it off?
7 from final leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Slightly different to the first game that we saw last Monday, which had 4 legs in it, and the first ton plus average of the week.
140.
It would continue to be tied for the best performance of the week in its entirety. And it would be the first game of the week and the last game, of course, because West against King was the first game of week 9.
And just like the first game of last week, Mervyn King put in a very good performance to deny Steve West, who was looking for a 6th weekly title in this particular building. These two, just the solitary weekly win each. I say just a solitary, but perhaps the biggest thing that both players have achieved in their career.
84.
Well, 7 weekly wins for people playing in this group. 4 of the 6 have won a weekly title.
60.
Jimmy Vansky's got 3. Sykes has got 2. Davies and Davidson have 1 each. I wonder if this is the kind of group that's going to make Brian Raman kick into gear. Because he'll be looking around. People will be reminiscing about, I've won this. And he hasn't won one.
133.
Someone's about to win this match, but who's it going to be?
60.
Well, it's David Davies' first poke on throw. Another. Not to be. And so Davidson looking at early morning pop of the champagne cork.
Andy, you require 132.
The age-old question. Is it too early for champagne? Apparently so.
And that flight popped off very awkwardly. To be fair, he was lucky it stayed in the board.
That's a great dart.
One try.
A great ton as
David, you
well.
require
A
77.
flightless ton.
But is David Davies about to take flight? Double top.
37.
Doesn't go. And that tops
Andy,
target has
require
caused him all
32.
sorts of problems. It's double 16 for Davidson
Game
to
shot
claim
and
the
match,
opening game of the
Andy
week and to
Davidson.
seal a 4-3 win against David Davies. It was double top, which was the undoing for Dye in the end. But for Andy Davidson, he showed that never say die spirit. Relieved in the end, he mops the brow, but he takes the first 2 points of the week with a 4-3 win against David Davies. A game which was epitomised by missed doubles, 13 of them from David Davies in the end, but it's Davidson who runs out a 4-3 winner. Coming up after the break, Tom Sykes, the two-time finalist, takes on Martin Bix. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow!
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth and to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andy Davidson got the better of David Davies by a 4-3 scoreline. That's game 1 of the day in the books. Next up for us, twice Champions Week runner-up Tom Sykes in action. One of the biggest and most glittering CVs here at the live lounge reporter, takes on Martin Biggs, making his debut here on the South Coast. For Tom, he was playing for England at the weekend. Another thing to tick off his bucket list, the 32-year-old from Castleford, runner-up back in Series 6 and in Series 9 last time out. Up is Biggsy, Martin Biggs, the 43-year-old from Northampton, making his debut here at the live lounge in Portsmouth, from the same neck of the woods as somebody that we saw last week in James Richardson. And he does play a similar circuit to that of Ruthless. But it is Tom Sykes that's looking to be ruthless on the oche here.
Game on.
Twice a grand finalist, twice a grand runner-up. He'll be hoping that in Series 10, third time may well be the charm.
140.
He's going to be quick, he's going to be furious, and he's going to get off to a good start.
$95.
The only thing that's going to stop Tom Sykes in making Saturday this week is possibly tiredness.
100.
He should feel as sharp as a razor today, as long as he got a few decent hours sleep after travelling all the way from Skegness to Portsmouth. It's just a coastal affair, isn't it? Go from one coastal place to another, because he does like to be beside the seaside.
91.
Coast to coast for Tom Sykes, and he's coasting in this opening leg. Left himself on the big fish after just 9 darts.
100. Tom, you require 100.
He's got plenty of time from here to take out the open leg quite routinely on throw. He's got a history of 170s here, and he's going to kick his week off with one. What a start. What a statement of intent from Tom Sykes. The big fish goes.
Second leg.
And if there was any question about any kind of tiredness and ring rust following his exploits in Skegness, well, there is your emphatic answer.
And he'll be hoping it's not downhill from here.
$81.
Just think, the last time he was on this stage, he was disappointed.
139.
That's what he does with disappointment. He bats it out the park. Well, it wasn't disappointment over the weekend. 2 wins in an England shirt.
125.
Up against Wales, he beat Di Cola 4 legs to 3. And when playing against Scotland, a 4-1 winner against Stuart Wares. A very, very good weekend for Tom.
And he's one of those players that this year he's
100.
got plenty of choice. But that's the first 180 on the stage for Martin Biggs, who is being watched on by his pals back in Northampton.
162.
But
Martin,
Tom Sykes is not handing any
115.
kind of olive branch in terms of friendship so far here. Still on. Just needs to work away across. He's unable to do so. And so Tom Sykes, who
23.
is now potentially looking at 11 dart break of throw to back up the 12 dart he found with the big fish in the previous leg. Top stops. So I had to go treble 16 double because
34.
dart 1 dropped low, and he didn't like the fact that the flight was in the
92.
way of the tops target.
Double 18.
74.
Almost an equaliser for Martin.
66.
Might pay the price for that now.
Game shot on the
Because Sykes
second
really
leg.
does
Tom
look
Sykes.
sharp. And he didn't play this well in an England shirt. But if you think
Third
about
leg
things
is Tom to the
realistically,
right first. Game on.
he's played here many, many times before. He knows this place like the back of his hand. It'll feel
123.
like a home oche for him. Whereas playing in Skegness, lots of different pressures. Playing for a team, playing for yourself, playing for your pride. On an oche that will feel a bit alien.
Well, you can't even label the excuse that he knew what the scoreline was either at the time of his England appearance, because
125.
in his game against Scotland, he was actually first out. Against Wales last up, he was actually first out to bat. Opened up the show.
100.
He's also got a different stem and flight option in this time. So he's gone from moulded over the last few series. Now he's back to a somewhat traditional poly stem.
140.
With what is a copyrighted flight shape by his manufacturer. A sharper, smaller looking standard.
100.
Emblazoned with his own face. You've made it, Tom. When you got flights with your face on, you've made it. He's trying to be Leighton Rees. That flight with Leighton Rees's face on will forever be the best flight ever made.
Require 96.
Well, Tom Sykes here is averaging 111, but isn't 3-0 to the good just yet.
Martin, you require 66.
Maybe he doesn't need to operate on sleep. Does the Castleford Tiger?
Game shot on the third
Well, it's not the most
leg.
conventional
Martin
way of
Biggs.
taking out at 66, but Martin Biggs gets his first leg on the live lounge stage.
Fourth flag, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
As far as Martin's technique is concerned, where do we start? It's different. It's old school.
41.
It is his own. But with a lot of these different types of throws,
134.
you have to analyze where they are almost half the way through their throw. He has a somewhat idiosyncratic start. He leans over on his right hip,
91.
a la Nigel Hayden. But technically, what did he say about Tom Sykes?
100.
It's pretty flawless. And with Martin bringing that dart back almost sideways, it reminds you of Ronnie Baxter.
100.
And that actually is a flight that Ronnie Baxter could have used in his career. He was noted for using either the St. George Cross or
100.
the Union Jack.
With his own colour scheme intertwined with it. But Tom Sykes here, really in cruise control of this contest so far. 6 darts on 167 to...
Tom, you require 167.
Could have been 6 on 167. He's definitely going to get a poke here. He's not going to find it. Probably will be 6 in any instance to give the break and open up
Martin,
a
you require
3-1 lead. Still averaging 108.5. And to be fair to Martin Biggs, he's averaging in excess of 90. The only problem he's got is he's come up against Tom Sykes in this kind of mean mood.
97. Tom, you require 68.
2 4s.
64.
Can't fix it. He could be in a tied
Martin, you
game here.
require 70.
Nobody thought this was coming. Well, he likes starting on a single 6. Can't fix it
31.
this time.
Tom, you
So
require
Sykes is back for 4. To win leg 4.
Game shot on
It's
the
in the
fourth
bag.
flag. Tom Sykes. Fifth flag. It's Tom to throw first. Game on. $93. $100. $83.
This is more like it from Biggs.
140.
Another creative nickname, Henry. Biggsy. Well, he's missed an open goal. He could have been called the Biggs Bang Theory.
97.
And he's not playing poorly today. In his debut match, he's making a bit of a bang. But is he up against the favourite for the week? That is debatable, because we haven't seen anything from Jimmy Vansky, who plays next against Brian Raman, who, for everybody tuning in this morning on Pluto TV, has got a new hairstyle.
But it's Tom Sykes who's been stylish with his performance in this one. 88 left after just 12, averaging 104.3. He is sent a statement out right from the get-go, laying down the gauntlet to the rest of the field.
74.
But he hasn't wrapped this one up just yet. And Martin Biggs is getting outside opportunities to win legs. But the problem is he's needing to take things like 96 out. And that first dart into the single 5 isn't going to help things. The treble 17 recovery with second dart means he's got one at tops to save the contest
56.
and able to get.
Tommy
And so
require
Sykes is back
14.
here for double 7 to wrap up a 4-1 win and to put the seal on what has been a very good opening performance. Double 2's there, and Tom Sykes is on the board. The average in the end just dips below the ton. He got the game started with a big fish finish. In terms of the finishing stakes, that would be as good as it got, but that was a really clean performance from Tom Sykes. He looks really focused on the back of his exploits in Skegness at the weekend, and he's beaten Marty Biggs by 4 legs to 1 in his opening game of the week. That's the tail of the tape, and in every department he will be pleased, Tom Sykes. Plenty more to come for Martin Biggs over the course of the week. Coming up after the break is Jimmy Vansky up against Brian Raman.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia require
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the job
it.
done.
Got it, and the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Tom Sykes averaged just underneath a ton to get the better of Martin Biggs by 4 legs to 1. Got the game done in the best part of 10 minutes, that one. And he is off and running in this week 10. Next up for us, Jimmy Vansky, who was one of the most prolific winners of weeks here at the Live Lounge in 2024, takes on Brian Raman for his first assignment. Vansky, the 31-year-old from Breda, the Dutch Sequoia, and perhaps the tallest player that we've ever had here. Up against Brian Raman, now age 28, twice a weekly finalist, the Riddler from Antwerp in Belgium, the former WTF world #1, winner of many a tournament in that particular system, but he's looking for his first weekly win here at the Super Series.
First leg,
Paul
it's
Nicholson
Jimmy to throw
is
first.
alongside me in the commentary box, watching
Game
all
on.
of the action on this Monday morning. And for Jimmy Vansky, it's the first time that we're going to see him here at the Live Lounge in 2025, and we are all hoping that he can make a similar impact as the one he made in 2024.
Yeah, he's got a rather impressive Saturday night record, hasn't he? He's made
60.
3 finals nights in qualifying weeks just like this, out of 4 attempts. He missed out on his first try. Since then,
40.
when he's made Saturday night, he's won. But he's only got to Champions Week twice. Because in the latter part of
93.
2024, when he won week 12 of the previous series, he had to go to Lakeside.
140.
Yeah, both players played at the WDF World Championship back in
100.
December. Jimmy Vansky actually went into that particular tournament as the bookmakers' favourite to then go on and lift the trophy. Get off to a superb start, averaged in excess of 96 in his opening win against Bjorn Lijon, but he then lose out
Jimmy, you require
3-1 to Jarno
130.
Bottenberg. As for Brian, he would lose to Francois Swayan in the 3rd round after getting wins
48.
against Corne Grunewald and Martin Turner in the first couple of rounds.
108.
We didn't have to wait too long for a first max in this game. And of course, it leaves a strange double.
Game shot on the
It means
first leg.
nothing because Jimmy's
Vansky.
back. And he starts with a 17 darter.
Second leg, it's Brian to
Very,
the first.
very solid
Game on.
indeed from Jimmy Vansky.
96.
These two actually have something in common because the start of last year, Jimmy started his brilliant 2024 by winning in Romania.
97.
Brian has started his year winning in Romania in 2025, beating John Michael in the final of the Romanian
94.
Open. And you mentioned Francois Swayan of Belgium. Brian beat him in the semi-finals.
43.
Yeah, avenging that defeat at the Lakeside a month prior.
100.
Swayan's a good player. Slightly contorted, but a very good player. When he throws darts, he looks like he's about to do a triple Lutz on the ice.
96.
Well, he got through to the semi-finals of that particular competition before then getting drubbed 5-0 by Shane McGoat. But then, let's be honest, pretty much everybody that tournament was dismantled by the arrow.
The Shane McGurk that's going to Champions Week in less than a month.
95. Brian, you require 151.
Now, be prepared for Brian Raman to
49.
go in any which direction
Jimmy
for any
require
which finish he wants. But for Jimmy
170.
Vansky, there's only one route for the 170. We've already seen it today from Tom Sykes. We're not going to see it again, are we? This will be the second 170 in consecutive games.
137. Brian, you require 102.
Just a bit rushed on dart 3. Double 18.
66.
And that might signal
Jimmy
a
require
2-0
33.
deficit for Brian. That'll do. That came out sideways.
Game shot on the second leg.
Sprinkle
Jimmy
a little
Vansky.
salt in that wound if you want, Jimmy.
Well, we saw Max de Jong last week purposely leaving double 15, but I
Third
can
leg,
promise
it's
you that
Jimmy
was
to the
not by
first.
design for Jimmy Vansky. But nonetheless, he's got the break of Raman and he has a 2-0 lead to boot.
59.
One thing's for sure. If Jimmy's making it to Saturday again, which is highly likely,
100.
this place is going to be bouncing on Saturday night again. Because it always is when Jimmy's in town. It's like when the fun fair comes to town.
100.
People get notifications on their phone. Jimmy's back.
Well, I hope Jimmy Vansky doesn't bounce because he
95.
might hit the roof.
It's a pretty tall roof.
He's a pretty tall man.
96.
Then again, everybody from the Netherlands has got height. It's the tallest country on earth.
99.
Put it this way. Jimmy Vansky makes Big Dan Burn look small.
98.
Dan Burns 6'7".
Jimmy's 6'9", I believe.
140.
Is that your
Jimmy
roundabout sort of way of
required
saying
148.
you'll never ever beat Jimmy? He's Vansky.
81.
You'll never ever
Brian,
beat
you
Jimmy.
require
That's got a nice
67.
ring to it.
And I'm sure the hordes of fans that will come to see him if he
Yeah,
qualifies
shot
will
the
probably
third
sing
leg.
something
Brian
to
Raman.
that tune. But it's Brian Raman who gets himself on the board. He gets the break back. The 67 goes. The match
Fourth
returns to
leg, it's
throw.
Brian to the row
2-1.
first. Game on.
Yeah, you can't count Brian out of any match at the minute. He's got a lot of fire, has Brian.
95.
Sometimes a little too much. He puts himself down a little bit too much on the hockey.
58.
And he does expect perfection. But if you're in a position like Monday morning in Group A, you've got to have some
83.
patience. But over the last year or two, he has had injury troubles, and we hope for his sake that they are behind him now.
100.
As for Jimmy, 2024 was the year of his darting life. Came here on the back of that win in Romania.
39.
January, beginning of February. And if the truth be told, yes, we saw his success on the WDF circuit, but it was still a relative unknown to a lot of the armchair viewers that perhaps
60.
watch this. Didn't qualify through. He played okay, but maybe didn't quite pull up the trees that perhaps he would have wanted. But then the second time he came here, he was a much better version of himself. And then just began that winning train which
82.
just followed him the whole way through.
That Romanian Open in Bucharest in January that Brian won,
140.
the last 16 includes a few people from this week. Darnell McCrory was in the last
60.
16, as
Jimmy
was David
required
Davies.
143.
Where have you seen this before?
111.
Treble
Brian,
20,
you require
treble 17,
142.
but this time it's double 16 and not tops.
Spoke about Mervyn King's brinksmanship against Steve West. We might be talking about a 1-4-2. We
Games on
are.
the fourth
How the
leg.
game's
Brian
turned on its
Raman.
head. Raman was 2-0 down. Needed to find some inspiration. Well, that's
Fifth
inspiration, all
leg,
right.
It's Jimmy to the row first. Game on.
Well, after seeing shots like that, I can now confirm I am making an appointment to get a perm.
140.
Because if that's the kind of thing he's going to do this week, he's going to be a walking highlight reel.
100.
We've already got the human highlight reel into Champions Week.
Yeah, we have.
140.
He's got 3 weekly titles just like Jimmy. But there are only 2 players in Champions Week who have won
100.
multiple weekly titles, and that is Mr. Coulson and Mr. Robinson.
131.
Definitely an interesting dynamic towards this week's champions, this Series Champions
25.
Week. That's
Jimmy
a
require 90.
violent bounce out from Raman. Vansky looking at 90 to open up a 3-2 lead. And that's an
Shot,
11
fifth
darter.
leg.
And
Jimmy
that is the best
Vansky.
leg of the week so far.
These two are enjoying playing against
Sixth
each other.
leg. It's Brian to throw first. Game on.
It's roundhouse kick. After roundhouse kick, 142 followed by 90.
96.
If Jimmy tried a roundhouse kick, you'd hear it coming because it would create a tornado.
43.
If we're going to troll the pool of players from the last 16 of the Romanian Open,
108.
there are some people there we haven't seen here yet. David Fathom from the United States, he was there. You'd know he's in town.
100.
What about Johan Engström, the sweet ferret?
108.
Well, this game looks like it's going to have a last leg decider.
140.
Riddle me that.
Brian, you require 45.
Well, that's the third max that Brian Raman has found in this game. Back-to-back 180s to give himself an opportunity to respond
Game shot on
to
the
Jimmy
sixth
Vansky's
leg.
11
Brian
darter
Raman.
with a 12 darter of his own. And we go all the way to a last leg decider. What a contest it's been.
Seventh and final
And
leg.
these are the
It's
types of
Jimmy to throw
contests that we
first.
were
Game on.
expecting when we saw the lineup. Maybe took a couple of legs to get going, but once we got from leg 3 onwards, the quality really has arrived.
60.
I'm sure Jimmy was thinking after that 11 darter, right, this game is mine now. But the scoring has been
140.
destructive from Raman.
$140.
This is the kind of standard that we want to see this week.
It's a type of standard you'd enjoy in
140.
any building, anywhere. But perhaps the key difference here is Jimmy Vansky's 140 hit in comparison to that of Brian's, finding more two-treble turns than his opponent.
45.
But that's changing. The release point of this throw for Raman, it looks very good.
100.
It looks like there's no stress in the shoulder when he's releasing, which means the release point is just prior to perpendicular. He's getting the timing right.
96. Brian, you require
So
121.
man, look at a 121 for the match. Be a second ton plus checkout if he can find double 14.
107.
Not to be on this
Jimmy
occasion,
require
but hang on to your
160.
hats. Another. Would have left tops, and so the man will come back for double 7 to win it.
Oh, he wanted that,
96.
didn't he?
Brian, you require 14.
You might not get another shot, though.
Game shot
Because the man
and
finds the
match.
double
Brian
7
Raman.
into the corner, and he wins in 7. He gets the better of Jimmy Vansky by 4 legs to 3. And what a contest that was. Big averages, big finishes, and that 142 really was the turning point. Raman gets the better of Jimmy Vansky by 4 legs to 3. Jimmy may scratch his head as to how that one may have slipped, but Brian Raman gets over the line in that one. Andy Davidson takes on Tom Sykes, and that's coming up on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first round of fixtures on this Monday morning has been completed. And before the break, we saw Raman come back from behind to beat Jimmy Vansky by 4 legs to 3. That 1-4-2 checkout being the real catalyst for the Belgium. As for Jimmy, when he found himself in front in that contest, but he'll dust himself down in round number 2, which kicks off with a meeting between the best performer in round 1, Tom Sykes, averaged just under a ton in getting the better of Martin Biggs 4-1, taking on Andy Davidson. The winner of this one will move on to 4 points in the group and will strike an early lead in this Group A. For Andy, 80.51. It was a bit of a slow start for him against Davies, but we expect him to perhaps get going as the day goes along. But there's no doubt that Tom Sykes is in the mood today.
Maybe feeling inspired after his England exploits in Skeggy over the weekend. Out of the red and white and into the tiger-looking shirt.
45.
In fact, looking at both dart shirts here, it's a bit of an assault on the senses.
95.
But this game is going to be fast. This is 21st century darts at his best.
100.
Don't bother with aiming, just chuck at the target you can see.
James has got 6 on the big fish to take out the opening leg.
50.
There's a possibility that in a meeting between this pair this week, if somebody runs off a 4-0 win and runs it off quickly, the all-time record game, the 541 of Merckx against Klassen, could be under severe threat.
40. Tom, you require 36.
Ideal. 13 dart break to start. And Sykes is off to another flyer.
Well, he kicked off with a 12 darter and the 170 in his opening match against Martin Biggs. A 13 dart break to get up and running here against Davidson.
134.
I wasn't sure what we were going to get from Sykes this week because
81.
with the equipment change in regards to the flights and stems, I wasn't sure about the balance, but my word, it looks good.
140.
You know, there was an argument from someone about a decade ago saying that Adrian Lewis was at his best when he was using this flight shape. And do you know why he couldn't use it when he went to another company?
100.
Because no other company's allowed to make that flight shape.
100.
And Tom Sykes throws the dart in the way it propels in the air, very similar to Jackpot. And he's not going to hit the jackpot here with the 127 in game. 88.
111.
Doesn't go. But Andy Davidson has had to put the hard hat on because he is in the trenches against this man.
108.
Dead cat. Or is there something more than that against the Castleford Tiger?
Game shot on the second leg.
That tiger's not dead, but the leg is.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Yes, he's in the mood. But boy, oh boy, is he doing something on this stage again?
100.
With big numbers. Now, when he plays a little bit later on against Davies,
121.
that will be a rematch of a Champions Night semi-final.
125.
I wouldn't be surprised if at some point these two are playing on a Champions Night, but only one of them can win this week.
96.
And get to the Champions Week in Series number 10.
Well, for Tom Sykes, the signs at this present moment in time are nothing but ominous.
135.
The scoring power pack is scary. 140 visits, 6 2-treble hits altogether, 4 visits of 1 treble, averaging 109. I'm going to take out the 149, and so Davis is going to get his first go at a double. He's averaging 103 himself. That's just a scoring average at this stage.
And it continues to be a scoring average. He's made 2 errors there,
Tom, you require
which he could pay for.
86.
Double 7.
Game shot.
He's
on the
not putting a
third
foot
leg.
wrong.
Tom Sykes.
Well, if you get a move
Full
on,
flag.
Tom,
It's Tom to the row first.
you've got about a minute
Game
to
on.
break the record for the fastest game ever played.
140.
It's going to be tight. If he gets a 12 darter, this is close.
100.
Well, he's already kicked off 140.
100.
That feels like the poorest scoring visit of his match so far.
I don't think he's going to get there. He's got about 30 seconds.
60.
It's going to have to be a 12. And every movement he makes eats up seconds.
44.
I know it's not about quick games, but we're always on watch for records.
And I think we can consign that one to the dustbin now.
96.
But for Tom Sykes, 2 big wins perhaps on the horizon, 2 really good performances.
99.
The records can wait for now, but at this present moment in time, he'll be over the moon with the way that he started, particularly when you consider the fact that he hasn't had much
Tom, you
kip
require
following his
118.
trip from Skegness.
Nah, kips for amateurs. If you're going to be a pro dart player, you're going to
52.
have sleepless nights.
Andy, you require
Trust me.
145.
Well, Davidson's not going to take out the 145. He'll just
105.
write this one off
Tommy requires
as to one of those
66.
games where his opponent just found that little bit more. For the match, double 18.
30.
But 2 match
Andy
darts are come and
require
gone, and
40.
Andy Davidson has deserved this opportunity. The way he's played in this
Game
match,
shot on the full
his
flag,
first dart at
Andy
double is
Davidson.
found. An ironic celebration. He knows his opponent's comprehensively outplayed him, and he
Fifth
sees the
leg,
lighter
it's Andy
side
to
of
the row
things.
first.
But importantly, though,
Game on.
that's a break.
Let's not forget as well, Andy was here on
96.
Saturday night watching the action. So he got here well in advance of Monday morning, which I think is a very wise move.
58.
I think it also goes to show that he is a
140.
serious player, and he takes himself seriously as a player. But he's also somebody that's looking to lap up every single opportunity that
137.
comes his way, looking to soak up everything that he is being afforded.
171.
Hold the phone. This was looking like 4-0.
57. Andy, you require
Now we've got a game on our
94.
hands.
54.
The only way this game does not have 6 legs is if Andy makes a big mistake right now.
180. Andy, you require 40.
Double 5 is
Yeah, he's on
found,
the
and he
fifth
gives
leg.
himself
Andy
a little bit of a
Davidson.
G up there. As well as Tom Sykes has been playing, Andy Davidson's been doing some good stuff in the
Sixth leg,
background.
it's
In the
Tom
back
to
of
the
his mind
reverse.
is probably
Game on.
thinking, if this bloke just steps on it for a couple of seconds and I carry on playing the way I do, I might get a chance. And luckily for him on this
100.
particular occasion, that is exactly what's happened. I say he stepped off the mark. He's still averaging 98.5, Tom Sykes.
100.
These guys play a brand of darts that
135.
would make some people dizzy.
Six.
You really do have to regulate yourself when you play someone like Andy. Because if he could run around the stage, he would.
137.
Just had a look at the match time. We're coming towards the end of leg 6, and we've not even played 9 minits yet.
108.
We've had 4 nils in less than this time
Tommy
in the
require
past.
129.
To wrap it up, and to get a second consecutive victory to start the week. He's going to have a dart at double
Game
12 to
shot,
finish
and the
in
match.
style,
Tom
to
Sykes.
finish with a flourish. And that's another exceptional display from Tom Sykes. It was just underneath the top mark in his first, but that is 102.39, wrapped up with a 12-darter, wrapped up with a ton plus finish. For Andy Davidson, well, he averaged just under the ton himself, but it was no source of comfort for him. Tom Sykes runs out a 4-2 winner. A superb contest that. The stats back that up. After the break, we're going to see Raman and David Davies go head-to-head. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tom Sykes, with an average of 102.39, got the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 2. What a contest that was. Davidson himself averaging just underneath the ton mark, but it just wasn't good enough for him. So Tom Sykes, top of the group and looking ominously good. Next up for us is a meeting between Raman and David Davies. For Raman, he came back from behind to get the better of Jimmy Vansky by 4 legs to 3. The 1-4-2 checkout in the middle of that match really was the turning point. For David Davies, well, he missed 13 darts at a double in a 4-3 defeat to Andy Davidson to kickstart his day. Raman will get us up and running in this, our 5th match of the morning.
40.
And already we have seen quality left, right and centre. And we are hoping that this game is going to live up to that particular billing.
81.
Fair to say the pace has been set by Sykes.
60.
But there is an argument to say that the performance of round 1 was from Raman. He was hit hard by Jimmy Vansky, and he was up for it.
84.
We've had a ton-plus checkout in the last 3 matches. 170, 142, and 129. And in this day and age,
40.
I'm marveling at the fact that we've had those 3 checkouts. There's probably people out there saying, well, they're getting worse. There are people on social media today poking holes
49.
in the fact that we've had the biggest cash injection into the professional system this morning. And people are poking holes in it.
57.
Give it a rest, will you? I'm going to get off my crate in a minute, but honestly, Dart is in such a great place right now. The Modus Super Series are doing fabulous things for this level of play. The ADC are doing fabulous things. The PDC are doing incredible things for the pro game. And all people do on social media is they find a hole and say, oh, well, this isn't right. Give it a rest.
£25 million is going to be on offer on the professional circuit next year, with £1 million going to the winner of the next World Darts Championship.
I think people need to rewind about 20 years and realise just how incredible
David, you require
darts is right now. The opportunities that are afoot for people on a weekly basis here. You couldn't even conceive of this as little as 6 years ago.
43.
You can win £5,000 if you win here this week.
Another
96.
double 16 just goes on the inside. The 112 would have been added to the 142 if a man would have got that. But this has been the part of the leg which has given David Davies irking nightmares. And this has been the double which has caused him all sorts of problems so far. But he finds it first time there to get a break of throw in the opening leg.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Can I ask you a question, Henry? Do you think that people who play in a Players' Championship event, like today in Leicester, do you think they should get prize money for turning up?
140.
Because I don't. I think you need to win your first game to get prize money. Next season, £1,250 for winning one game. And people think that's not good enough. Are you out of your mind?
I think snooker have found the best halfway house to this, because sport is still a meritocracy and it's based on performance, but there's also people who've got livelihoods to play. And so that is a difficult line to cross, where with snooker what they have done is they've given the players a £20,000 levy at the beginning of the year, effectively a wage for them. But then you have to give that first £20,000 back. That doesn't go onto your rankings or whatever. That is given to you as a levy throughout the course of the year.
I don't agree with it. I just don't. Professional sport has risk.
David, you require 120.
People get cut from golf tournaments, get nothing. You don't make Saturday here, you get very little. If you win, you get a lot.
56.
It's called sport. It's not called a gift.
Well, at the moment, David Davies is in control of this game. He got the break in the opener.
72.
And is going to get plenty of time to stretch his lead. Double 18. And now, well, doesn't have to contemplate the double 9. He's going to split.
56.
Right
Very
decision.
wise. Very wise indeed. And that's what you're going to get from Dye this week. Patience. You don't need much patience when you're playing Brian, because he tends to throw the darts with a bit of a blur.
David, you require 16.
So 2 8s for 2-0.
Game shot
No
on the
mistake.
second leg. David Davies.
And I think David Davies may have been brushing up on his doubles between game 1 and 2.
Third leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
Might have just taken him a game to wake up a little bit.
100.
Let's face it, how many people really play well in their first game on a Monday morning? Not many. But by the time you get closer to lunchtime on Monday, people are in gear.
And particularly when you
59.
consider the factors around it. We spoke about it with Tom Sykes. David Davies had something similar where he's had to traverse the country, 4.5-hour drive from Skegness to Portsmouth overnight to be here on this Monday morning. And that tournament didn't finish until late last night.
I wonder what the biggest journey is
100.
that someone's made from Sunday night to Monday morning to get here.
Jim McEwen travelled from the Isle of Man, where he
58.
won the competition there. I think he left the island on the last ferry, last boat, which is what? 11 o'clock maybe, something like that. And then he was driven down to Portsmouth through the wee hours. Probably had about an hour's
139.
kip if he was lucky.
I love how you brought in the word "we" there, just because it was about someone from Scotland. That's Henry Dickin, everybody.
60.
In the wee small hours of the morning. He's just giving you a little bit of Jimmy Durante.
Well, both of these players will be hoping that when it comes to the
99.
early hours of Sunday morning that they're going to be seeing a cheque for £5,000 and seeing a trophy hoisted in the air, because it means that they'll be in Champions
83.
Week.
David, you require 104.
You won't see anybody complaining about a £5,000 cheque, that's for sure. And the promise of a bigger one. Tops.
64.
Misses it this time.
Brian, you
And
require
Raman needs something 140
143.
plus to win a leg again.
Well, the 1-4-2 came at this time of the game against Jimmy Vansky, but he cannot pull another big finish out the
57. David, you
fire.
require
So
40.
Davies will return for tops to get the double break.
Double five.
Game shot on the
Very
third
sharp.
leg. David Davies. Fourth
Now,
leg.
if you look
It's
at the
David to
barrels
throw first.
of David Davies right now,
Game on.
they've got that used effect on them. When he got them, they were shiny. But they've been bumped into so many times that they've been shaved down. They don't even make these darts anymore.
140.
Now, there's one thing we know about Dye, is that he uses equipment till it genuinely can't be used anymore.
85.
I like that about him. He doesn't use things in a disposable way. He makes things last.
And it's the first time that a set of Mark Webster's darts
59.
has won something for a long time. Morning, Webby.
Don't worry, Mark. I've got Henry's address.
95.
I'll send it to you.
Don't know why you need an address when I'm always here.
Good point.
77.
Mark has been here before. Did our testing when we were setting this up.
85.
You want to be careful. Mark's... He's got a bit of a temper. He'll give you 2 elbows and a backwards fist. Isn't that right, Webby?
It's all in
90.
jest. It's all in jest.
Well, this is not funny for Raman. He's staring 4-0 in the face.
128. David, you require
So David's looking at
135.
135 to wrap this up. And already it's been seen that this is a group where if you don't perform, you are going to get beaten comprehensively. And Brian Raman may be the
63.
latest to learn
Brian, you
that
require
very harsh
108.
lesson. Unless he could pull another
Eggs on the
top-pass
fourth
check out
leg.
the fire.
Brian Raman.
And that's another Hail Mary from the Belgian.
It's no wonder he's called the Riddler.
Fifth leg. It's Brian to the
When he plays
reverse.
darts like this, he looks like he's
Game
always in a bad mood.
56.
I'd give him a 9.5 out of 10 on the scowl. I'd give him a 10 out of 10 for the finish. Stunning.
108.
We're going to get plenty of quality this week. Keep it Pluto TV because this is going to
97.
get good.
Well, when we saw the lineup in full, week or so ago, we both looked at each other and said, this is going to be special. And so far, it is living up to that particular type.
If you compare it to the first half of the games from even last Monday, it's night and day. There are 90-plus averages everywhere.
If this was a Champions Week, this lineup, by and large, you wouldn't be surprised.
108.
This is game 5. That is maximum 10, which means we're going to get at least 30 today.
And Raman is already responsible for 4 of them over the course of the day. And may well be responsible for another revival. Had to come back from behind against Jimmy Vansky. Beginning to plot the comeback path against David Davies. But that miss on double 16 may well be his last. Because Davies is looking at 111 to wrap it up. He's looking at treble 17. Not to be, and so Raman has got 3 more to
51.
Extend this game furthermore.
32.
Double 16 goes.
On the 5th leg.
And from 3-0 behind, Brian Raman has put it back to 3-2. He's asked a question of David Davies on throw here.
6th leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Look at that eyebrow. Dwayne Johnson, eat your heart out. It's not a question of whether the Riddler will get out of jail here. It's whether he gets out of the Arkham Asylum.
87.
You do not want to be the person who led 3-0 and loses 4-3. It is a horrible feeling.
45.
And if a dart player tells you that panic doesn't set in when you've got a rampant opponent trying to chase you down,
100.
They might be telling you porky pies.
And 2 things are happening here. David Davies is just beginning to come off the pace and Brian Raman is beginning to up it. And those 2 imposters are meeting in the middle here. Unless David Davies can do something about it. And that maximum may have just swung this match back into his favour.
99.
The margins are close. He would like to leave 76 or better here.
99.
Bull was the shot, but I'm not against the 19s because a lot of people would rather have 82 than 81.
100. David, you require
opens up
82.
opportunities here for David Davies to finally put away Brian Raman. He goes bullseye first. And now he has a match dart at double top, just like he did in his previous match. But this time he finds, and David Davies gets his first win of the week. He gets the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 2. Got off to a quick start, raced into a 3-0 lead. Brian Raman put on a bit of an assault, but it's David Davies who eventually crosses the finishing line. A 4-2 victor, 4 from 8 on his doubles. The 108 began a mini revival for the Belgian, but it is David Davies who seals his first win of the group. Coming up after the break, Martin Biggs takes on Jimmy Vansky.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become that Back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out of the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Davies got the better of Raman by 4 legs to 2. That's his first win on this Monday morning. And the final game from the second round of fixtures is a meeting between Martin Biggs and Jimmy Vansky. For Jimmy, well, he lost out to Brian in his opening game, averaged just under 95. Both players actually played well in their respective defeats. Martin averaging just under 89, but was bamboozled by the brilliance of Tom Sykes in his opener. So the final game of the second round worth of fixtures. And for Jimmy Vansky, what he will not want to do, particularly in a group like this, is lose pace with the top of the table very quickly.
Yeah, he didn't do a great deal wrong in his first game. Average just shy of 95.
140.
You got to give Martin credit. Even though he only got 1 leg against Tom Sykes in game 2.
140.
Did push him. And this is a bit of a baptism of fire, you could say, for Martin, because some people get a debut week and they're up
50,
against some
sir.
decent players. And then Martin gets 4 weekly winners and Brian Raman. Talk about being thrown in the deep end.
135.
A deep end that would probably still not be deep enough for Jimmy.
Well, that's a bit like that week Ben Payne had in Series
85.
8, where he had Adam Paxton, Mike Warburton, Victor Tingshaw, Wesley Pazier, Andy Bolton, Aidan Kirk.
And that was a week won by Adam Paxton.
Indeed it was. Beat Warby in the final.
55.
But he's seen Mikey, haven't we, this series? Didn't quite go to plan for Warby. Couple more weeks after this before we then get to Champions Week. And we should remind you as well, we've got a couple of specials weeks taking place after that. We'll have the third Women's Week for you. And that's going to be swiftly followed by the international pairs. And there will be
101.
some big names
Martin, you require
on show for that.
122.
Lovely first start. 68 left. Oh, no.
72.
Now it could be treble 18 for Jimmy.
Jimmy requires 70.
Here's for the break. And I think what Martin Biggs will learn very quickly is at this level, you may only get one chance.
Game shot, the
Just
first
like that.
leg. Jimmy Vansky.
Now, I'm going to say
Second
this
leg,
on
it's
Monday
Jimmy to the road
morning,
first. Game
just
on.
before 10 past 11. You might want to get your tickets fairly quickly for this Saturday, because when the Jimmy Vansky army get their hands on them, well, they probably already have, there might not be many left.
45.
So get yourself to dartshop.tv, check out Series 10, Week 10, and you can reserve your tickets for this Saturday night in Portsmouth on London Road
100.
for a £5.
And I have been told on very good authority that if Jimmy Vansky qualifies, he has got in excess of 30 friends that's going to be here.
60.
If I were one of those friends, I would just get my ticket now, because the way Jimmy's playing this morning, it's a good sign. I can't envisage him not making it. Having said that,
60.
when you look to later in the week, Group B, Simon Whitlock, Mike Gillett, another weekly champion,
140.
Mark Dudbridge, the former world master and former world finalist. And if you find yourself in the bottom three, Tommy Morris, Carl Wilkinson, England international, just like Tommy,
100.
and Darnell McCrory. This is one of the strongest weeks we've ever seen.
Well, there's a guaranteed former weekly winner that's going to have to drop into Group C this week,
60.
just because of how stacked this Group A is.
Simon Whitlock was saying a few weeks ago just how difficult this was.
45.
I think, with all due respect, this week is more stacked than the one he was in before.
Bit of a baptism of fire.
108.
And maybe this is a baptism of fire for Martin Biggs, because Jimmy Vansky here is just beginning to show signs. He's very handy for the Dutchman so far, and he's got three in his hand at double 8 to double his lead. Oh, he needs the one.
Second leg, Jimmy Vansky.
This is very, very good progress so far from the towering Dutchman.
Third leg, it's Martin to the row first. Game on.
When Steve West was winning his fourth weekly title, did he do that in 4 consecutive series? Because we can't forget that Jimmy is going for 4 consecutive weekly crowns.
125.
Yes. 3, 4, 5, and 6, but he didn't play in 6 because of the surgery. Series 6 Champions Week because of the surgery, so he did win 4 consecutive weeks. Obviously, Jimmy bypassed the last Champions Week because
26.
he was throwing by the lake. To be fair, Jimmy Vansky.
100.
Jimmy Vansky could probably stand at the top of the lake and then put his leg over to the other side of the lake. He's that tall at the lakeside.
54.
Probably step over it.
He's not a tripod from War of the Worlds, Henry. And he doesn't shout, ooh la.
134.
He's just a very tall Dutch dart player who is very similar to the guy with the small car in The Simpsons.
$60.
He's a one-man limousine. Isn't that right, Jimmy?
142.
And he'll certainly bring the party bus with him if he qualifies for Saturday night's final. That is for
64.
sure. And playing like this, as you say, he's got every chance. Averages under a ton, 2 from 2 in his doubles. That's on the back of losing with an average of just under 95 in his opener against Brian Raman.
100. Jimmy requires
It's a 3-0, and this is for the double break. 20 for tops. Tops it is.
58.
Just underneath.
Martin, you require 120.
These kind of shots are going to have to be found by Martin if he's going to stay competitive in this group. How does he get past that? He almost did.
50.
Double
Jimmy
10 for Jimmy.
required
Same
20.
height as double 8.
Similar success. No is the answer.
score.
It's diverted off the barrel, but the
Martin, you
wrong
require
side. And so
70.
Ryan Pixie is going to get a first opportunity at double. And it's going to be 2 at double 8. But it doesn't go, and that could spell
Jimmy
trouble.
required 20.
Now that Jimmy's had 3 sighters at double 10, you smell trouble. It's going to have to be double 5.
Game shot
It's
on
been
the
very
third
good for
leg.
Davies
Jimmy
today,
Vansky.
and now it is kind to Jimmy. It is receptive. And the 3-0 lead
Fourth
is his
leg
with
is
2
Jimmy
breaks to
to throw
throw.
first. Game on.
Well, we do have to send very large congratulations to our very own Laura Turner, who did make her England
125.
debut over the weekend and did get a win yesterday. Congratulations to LT.
Yeah, I remember speaking to her last week, and she was
22.
very proud of the fact she's been selected to play for England, and I know that it was a great honour bestowed on her, and I'm sure it's a memory that she will
96.
forever hold, as anybody that pulls on their country's colours do.
As someone who's played on this stage, Paige Pauling, she played in the girls' team and the ladies' team.
140.
Just emphasising how good she is.
It wouldn't surprise me if we see a lot of Paige Pauling here this year. You would expect that she's probably going to get another
80.
invite into the Women's Week, and she may well also find her way into the Young Gun Week, which we have in August. That's eligible for players between 16 and 21. So the best young talents that we have
81.
here at the Super Series will all be in action for that. And it'd be interesting to see the players that are picked. But we'll talk about that maybe a bit more another time, because Jimmy Vansky is looking to finish this game off once and for all.
Before we see match darts, I'm surprised the age bracket of the Young Guns Week isn't lower. With so many young players these days under the age of 16.
85.
However,
Jimmy required 20.
Let's focus on the fact that Jimmy's about to win.
Game shot.
And when he
on the
does,
match, Jimmy Vansky.
4-0 with a very, very good display there. A typical JVS performance, if we're going to give him an acronym. 4 out of 10 on the doubles and an average of 92.5. Great stuff. Couple of maximums, a lot to admire about that. Pretty much the only thing missing from that performance was a ton plus checkout. But do you think he cares about that? Absolutely not. He's got his first win, and Martin Biggs will have to wait for his as we go into round number 3.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jimmy Vansky got the better Martin Biggs by 4-0. This is what we've seen so far, and it's been a really good session's worth of darts here at the Super Series. Tom Sykes has been the performer of the day, winning both of his matches. The only player actually to win with the darts so far today. Averages of 99.48 and 102.39. The Castleford Tiger has set his stall out. For Andy Davidson and Brian Raman, they are looking for their second wins of the session. And he won his opener against David Davies for them being bamboozled by Sykes in match 2, whilst it's the other way round for Jimmy Vansky. For Brian Raman, he beat Jimmy Vansky 4-3 before then losing 4-2 to David Davies in his second match of the morning. So we're reaching the midway point of the day. Game 7 of 15 here from the live lounge in Portsmouth. And for Andy Davidson, he will feel as if he can play to any kind of level like of which he played against Tom Sykes, this time he should get a bit of joy.
59.
There's no guarantees, because Raman has, at times today, looked really good.
52.
But he expects to be brilliant every time.
58.
I think as humans, we work hard, we expect, when you get to a certain level of this sport, to be that good
99.
for the rest of your career. It does not work that way. There are going to be peaks and troughs.
83.
And Brian has seen his fair few amount of troughs over the last couple of years, both on and off the board.
108.
But every now and again, he does remind you just how good he can be.
And I think for Brian, I think the biggest disappointment was everything began to go on just when it looked like everything was going so right for him.
Bull. Oh, so close to a 350.
One of the least seen things here, the live lounge in Portsmouth. The most perfect combo in 6 darts to finish off a leg. 88.
No score.
Now that
Andy require 119.
was a little bit questionable, wasn't it, Brian?
Doesn't get the treble. 20. So Raman gets a second crack.
41.
He looks a bit mystified. You know what happened, Brian?
25.
He hit the 16 and not the double 8.
Game
Well
shot on the
fixed.
first leg. Brian Raman.
Well, first time round, it felt a little bit of a rush dart. You could see it just took his time a little bit there. No problem with the double 8, and he gets an early break.
First. Game on.
And again, this is another one of those fixtures where if you blink, you will miss it.
Yeah,
plenty of that this week. Tommy Morris is here in Group C. He's rather quick. Carl Wilkinson is not slow.
135.
In fact, I'm trying to figure out who the most methodical player is this week.
21.
Maybe Mark Dudbridge? And he's not even slow.
Him and Gillett, probably the 2 slowest players we've got.
59.
Mike Gillett, who it's good to see back. It's been a little while since you've seen Mike. He's played every series, but his last appearance was quite early on in the series, and this one coming quite late on in the series. And add the fact that we've had 5 specials weeks either side of his previous appearance. It's been a long time between drinks for Gilly.
83. Brian,
Which means when he comes here, he's going to be thirsty for success. Predominantly, when Raman does miss that treble 20, it is a little shy. His timing was really good earlier.
140.
That is something he wants to continue.
52.
Well, it's a marker. Go 12 tops, you've got a marker.
It's 52 left, Brian. It's tops left.
12.
And that goes careering off to the right.
Even though he didn't hit it, he did the right thing. Double 16 for Davidson.
87. Brian, you require 40.
And so Raman back for 2-0. Double 10. Chasing.
35.
Chasing. And he could be chased down by his
16.
opponent here.
He's just given that a double ironic thumbs up.
Game shot on the second
In a
leg.
leg he's
Andy
just lost.
Davidson.
Do you know who the king is of the ironic thumbs up?
Third
pretty
leg.
much
It's
started
Andy
the
to throw
trend.
first. Game on.
Matt Campbell. He would walk to the board. He'd be about 3 feet away, and he'd just flick the thumb up as if to say, "Wasn't that good, eh?"
98.
Seeing more people do it than ever before. So it's all your fault, Matt.
It's a 21st century thing where players are
84.
becoming a bit more expressive on their stage. They feel as if they can let out their personality a little bit more, where there was perhaps a time where doing that was
133.
perceived as ungentlemanly.
Oh, those days are gone.
80.
I was a mere hush puppy with some of the things I used to do. Now,
100.
anything goes pretty much.
Well, Raman has left the 170 again. He's already scraped the bullseye on this already in this contest.
170.
But he's not going to get a go here. And again, it's that low dart on the treble 20 you were talking about, but recovers the
134.
situation
Andy
well.
require 96.
Double 18. Double 9
Game
for
shot
the
on the
15
third
and a
leg.
2-1
Andy
lead.
Davidson.
This is breathless.
Brilliant from
Full
Davidson.
flag. It's Brian to throw first. Game on.
What other kind of things do you think Andy Davidson will do
100.
quickly? Because he approaches the hockey quickly, he throws quickly, he drinks his water quickly.
135.
He probably talks as quickly as the terms and conditions guy.
57.
Some people just don't have a very
85.
patient attention span and they like to do everything quickly.
Yeah, I know one or two people like that.
58.
He also likes to beat people quickly.
60.
If he carries on like this, he might be getting out of here quickly. Because he's turned the screw in this contest. Raman missed opportunities to open up a 2-0 lead. And hasn't had a look in from that point
58.
onwards. And Davidson, having taken the darts here, looking to open up a 3-1 lead. And if he can, he'll have the dart to win in the next. And that
134.
two-trouble turn leaves himself on a 2-darter after a dozen.
58.
How many
Andy
times can
require
Brian leave
87.
170 in one match? Statistics say that
Brian,
Andy
you
did the
require
right thing there.
170.
We're about to find out if it was the right thing to do right here because Raman is posturing as if to say, "You don't want to go for it? You don't think I can hit it? I'll show you." And Andy was right. On this occasion.
Brian's disgusted because he really wanted to rub Andy Davidson's nose in it. But he's got the next best
134.
thing. He's left himself
Andy
on a double,
require
forcing
32.
the 32 to go. No
Game
mistake.
shot of full flag.
Davidson
Andy
breaks.
Davidson.
He's 3-1 up and has the darts for the match.
You know, there's no better feeling in darts than when someone
Fifth
rejects a
flag.
ball
It's Andy to throw
and you
first.
take your shot.
Game on.
It really is one of the best feelings in the sport.
60.
You can ask Mark Webster what it's like to hit a 170 checkout against Phil Taylor when he rejected a bullseye. Mark enjoyed that one.
135.
But who's going to enjoy the sweet taste of success in this Game 7 midway through the day? And just to
125.
point you towards what's coming up afterwards, Tom Sykes takes on Jimmy Vansky.
60.
That's a rematch of a weekly final.
And a great weekly final at that.
96.
Certainly a contest to get the taste buds salivating. And we may well be looking ahead to that in a couple of moments' time.
84.
A man picks off a treble there, but Davidson has 6 starts from 220 to wrap this match up.
60.
He did have the option of the 15s, but decided to back himself on the bolt.
50.
And his match opportunity is a big one.
160.
He may even have 6 from here.
He's hopeful now that he's got 6 from here, because a man looking at 164 to keep us going. Not to be on this occasion, and so Davidson should get 2 at tops. And the way these darts fly, the first dart should be a handy guide. Oh, now that's awkward. Pick a side, picks the left side, and picks apart Brian Raman. A 4-1 victory for Andy Davidson. Wasn't a vintage performance, but it's good enough to pick the points up. It doubles his tally for the day. As to Brian Raman, he won his first game, but 2 defeats from 2 means it's work for him to do. Davidson running off a 4-1 winner, 4 out of 8 on his doubles. Raman missed a few opportunities to go 2-0 to the good and was never able to really come back from that disappointment. Next up, what a game! Tom Sykes up against Jimmy Vansky.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Davies Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andy Davidson got the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 1. We're into the middle match of the day now, and it's a meeting between Tom Sykes and Jimmy Vansky. This could well be the game of the day, game of the week, and potentially, if these two get at it the way that we know they can, the game of the series so far. Yes, there's big expectations on this pair, but their previous performances here have warranted the big build-up that they are getting now. These two have both won 3 weekly titles here in Portsmouth. Tom Sykes has lost a Champions Week final twice. Jimmy Vansky has lost a Champions Week final of his own. And so far today, Tom Sykes has set his sights way in excess of what anybody else has been able to do. Averages of 99.48 and 102.39. His doubling's been delightful as well. He's had a big fish finish. For Jimmy Vansky, averages of 94 and 92 so far. And as stupid as this sounds, the way Tom Sykes is playing, he may even have to up them levels.
100.
I don't think Tom's going to be disappointed whatsoever with what he's done so far today.
100.
He has never started a Group A this well. But he will know that this is a marathon.
60. Tom, you require 164.
Whatever he's doing, it's sharp.
Everything is just clicking together. Jimmy Vansky has hit a max. He's left himself on 6-1 after 12, and he may not even get a look in.
Welcome to playing Tom Sykes today.
40. Jimmy, you require 61.
That checkout really is a problem for some people.
Too good, Jimmy, which means just one at double 4. You only needed one at double 4. Vansky gets the break, 15 data. After Sykes,
it's Jimmy to the
missed a couple of opportunities himself to get in front.
Now, we are going to go down some rabbit holes over the next 2.5 days, you and I, Henry. I hope you're ready.
Absolutely.
We've spoken about the pro game and the breaking news today from the PDC. Without a shadow of a doubt, the amateur game has never been in a better spot. Do you agree?
Wholeheartedly.
Nice to hear. Why?
96.
Because there's opportunities now, which, I mean, these two are the perfect example of this. Years ago, these two, if they wanted to get any kind of attention and any kind of prize money they got, they'd have to traverse around Europe for the hope of playing one best-of-5 set match. Now, they can win a qualifier, they can play here, they can gain experience, and they can become household names. I mean this with the utmost respect. Jimmy Vansky would not have the name and reputation he has now in a previous guise of a system, because he's built it over a short space of time by constantly playing in things, showing his character, showing his personality, and showing his brilliance.
Was that the short answer?
95.
That one the long one.
94.
Is this the long and short of it for Tom Sykes?
56.
He's gambled on the bullseye there.
Jack 54. Jimmy require 48.
Jimmy's going to pick double 16. He does get a 2-0 lead over Tom. First time today that Sykes is in a little bit of game bother.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Here's my 10 cents worth then when it comes to the amateur game.
91.
I know what it was like to be an amateur 25 years ago. If you didn't have money, you couldn't play. It's as simple as that.
140.
You look at someone like Sykes. His local system with the ADC has allowed him to get out of Yorkshire to come to Hampshire. That changed his life.
100.
This place changes lives. So for the amateur game, you don't necessarily have to travel across Europe or the world anymore. You can do so
60.
regionally,
You require 170.
which makes a lot of sense for people's pockets.
Well, Tom Sykes isn't going to take out a big fish for the
96.
second time
Jimmy
today.
require 161.
And Ski looking at 161 for free, lovely. Not going to go on this occasion. Sykes missed a couple of darts to go 1-0 up. He's going to get a couple
64.
more darts here
Tommy
to reduce the gap back
74.
down to 1.
It's going to be Bull,
39.
but not found, running the
Jimmy
risk of being
require
3-0
97.
down, averaging 100.
Well, he's not dropped his level. Jimmy Vansky has raised his. Double top.
Game shot on the
14
third leg.
darter.
Jimmy Vansky.
This is effective, efficient, and brutal from Jimmy Vansky so far.
Fourth leg.
And
It's Jimmy
quick.
to throw first. Game on.
3 legs completed in less than 5 minutes. So taking the argument further,
125.
because the amateur game is so bright, you can choose to play Modus Super Series if you get yourself a reputation like these guys.
125.
You can play ADC, which does have very, very good money attached to it these days.
134.
You can choose to play WDF if you so wish as well. So the amateur game has never been better.
43.
And then you've got the Challenge Tour as well, which has got increased prize money next year too.
140.
So when people on social media say that getting to certain tournaments doesn't warrant
137.
enough money,
Jimmy require 102.
come on, look at the big picture. Double 16.
70.
The big picture right now is vivid, and he's about 6'9".
42.
Double
Jimmy
16
require
to wrap
32.
it up 4-0. 105 the average.
shot
And a
and the match,
demonstrative
Jimmy
performance
Vansky.
of Jimmy Vansky. He has brushed aside Tom Sykes, who himself averaged 97.5. Well, we built it up to be the blockbuster contest. And for Jimmy Vansky's perspective, he dealt with that brilliantly. 105.5 the average. 4 from 6 on his doubles. What a display from the Dutch Takoya. Beating Tom Sykes 4-0 and beating him in the space of 6.5 minutes. Coming up after the break, David Davies takes on Martin Biggs.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go,
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match, and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to Pluto TV and welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jimmy Vansky got the better of Tom Sykes by 4-0, doing so with an average of 105.47, 4 from 6 on his doubles. It really was a superb performance from the Dutch Sequoia. The final game from the third cycle of games, and we really are rattling through the games on this Monday morning, sees David Davies and Martin Biggs go head-to-head. For Martin, he's won just a solitary leg today, but he's played better than a player that's won just a solitary leg. Some decent performances, but the problem is he has been thrown to the lions in this group when you look at the calibre of opponents. So, 3 games in for him here at the Super Series. He doesn't have to take on a Champions Week finalist again, but he has to take on a Champions Week semi-finalist now in David Davies, a man whose reputation continues to blossom as he reaches his peak into his 40s. And I think he'll be the first to
140.
hope that his exploits in Series 9 wasn't just a one-off flash in the pan, and actually it's a basis in which to really build something. A basis to continue to grow
55.
his CV and resume. And it was really here where it all started for him. Yes, he played stuff years ago, but he won the ADC Welsh belt, which gave him the opportunity to play here at the Super Series. Acquitted himself well on debut, was invited back again, won the Welsh belt again, and then subsequently has become one of our regulars really here, hasn't he?
He was a regular before he became a weekly winner.
80.
Now that he's a weekly champion, he's probably going to be thinking, if I can continue to play well and make Saturdays and even threaten more weekly titles, I might be able to plan my year around this. He's only averaging 82.5 for the first couple of rounds. Whereas other people,
54.
they're nearly 20 points better off, but Davies has had a really productive day so far, but it only stays that way if he beats Martin Biggs.
95.
He's got off to the more positive start of the pair in this one, leaving himself on the champagne finish after just a dozen darts to the board.
26. David, you require 132.
Doesn't have to go for the bullseye on this because he has got plenty of time on his side. Stayed there just underneath.
He's going to go for 12. Well,
89.
sometimes you can take your eye off that single and think it's just a gimme. Never neglect your singles.
He's going to have to spurn one upon his return.
60.
But
David,
he's
you
got
require
such an
43.
air of comfortability in this opening leg. 3 for tops, going down to go high. Double 10.
Game shot on
And it
the
goes,
first leg.
Davies
David
takes the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Martin to the
I think
reverse.
Martin's starting to realise
Game
just
on.
how difficult this group is going to be. Some ADC qualifiers come here and they are genuine threats. Martin did play at a couple of
42.
UK Opens a few years back, including the infamous Beast from the East UK Open So he made it. But he would lose out to Vincent van der Voort.
177.
And he's made the UK Open twice and walked away with no prize money. That is a hot topic of conversation on social media right now. Whether you like it or not, getting to a major tournament, unless it's something like the match play,
56.
the Grand Slam, the Grand Prix, World Championship, that's where professional players are rewarded for making those tournaments. And even when it comes to the new 128-person field for the World, some amateurs are going to get some very big paydays. But this argument where people have to get paid for getting to the UK Open, it's archaic.
58.
Be interesting how that 1-8 field is made up in terms of players qualifying, not qualifying. And also, it's going to completely shift the dynamic of the tour card race too.
It will.
84.
It absolutely will. There are going to be discussions raging on for the next few months about that. But I'll be fascinated to see how that field is compiled.
134.
Excellent news of players that haven't got much to defend because they'll pretty much make a profit at the World Championships. But here, not much really changes at the Super Series.
92. David, you
The
require
prize money last year,
76.
of course, went up to 25 grand for the Champions Week winner. 25 and bull now. It's not even that. This is a little bit of a mess here from David. And Martin Biggs has got an opportunity to win just a second leg of the day.
24. Martin, you require 60.
Tops, that's a nice single.
Not
quite. Really
David,
close,
you
though.
require 52.
And so Davies is going to come back for the break. It's not been comfortable so far, but it has
Edge on
been
the
enough.
second leg. David
And that's
Davies.
all David Davies at this present moment in time needs to do. 2-0.
Third leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
I think things do change here quite a lot. I don't know whether I'm having just one of those days where I disagree with a lot of people. But I think things change here on a monthly basis.
140.
I really like the fact that when you come here, if you finish 6th in Group A, you are rewarded for 6th position.
100.
If you finish top, you're rewarded for that. See what I'm getting at here? It's the same thing. It can be put into 3 words. Performance-related
100.
pay. Which is something that you see in the real world outside of the darting stratosphere. Perform, get paid more. People should not be compensated
100.
for something that is less profitable or less accurate in our case than somebody else. There's no such thing as a free lunch.
57.
Well, it depends what you can get on expenses.
I knew you had to bring politics into it.
$81.
Well, Davies here, 6 starts away from 204 from opening up a 3-0 lead in this contest.
He really does look relaxed now, doesn't he? Compared to his first game today, he looked a little exasperated.
100.
But since then, he's picked himself off the floor, and he's definitely going to be a thorn on the side of most of the players in this group, that's for sure.
You mentioned David travelled through the night to get in, so maybe now, after maybe a tired start, he's just found a gear again. Is he going to find the 104, double 16, into the corner, into 3-0 lead.
Showing a bit of flexibility there, Di.
Full flag. It's Martin.
Not just a
to throw
tops guy.
first.
There's
Game
a
on.
thing or two about double 16 as well.
$100.
If you're Martin Biggs right now, what are you thinking? This is round 3. He's only picked up 1 leg in his first game.
85.
Didn't get one in his second one because he was trounced by Jimmy Vansky. Jimmy's gone up another level since then. And everybody's starting to look more comfortable. And Martin's probably thinking,
100.
where am I going to get points from today?
Well, the problem is Martin Biggs is surrounded by a cocktail of experience in this group. Everybody else
45.
has either won a week or has done something tangible on a big stage. So it was always going to be a baptism of fine. I just wonder with Martin whether we don't judge him based on today, whether we judge him later on in the week
50,
as he
sir.
gets more time on the stage. Maybe in a Group C scenario, potentially, even a Group B, if he can have a good last couple of days of this group. That secondary group is probably where we're going to judge him more than being put in with the big beasts of Group A.
140.
So even at this early stage, you're saying Martin's not going to win this group?
I just think you look at the levels of Vansky and Sykes and you just think, can he do that game in, game out? Because it looks like them two, more than anybody else, are likely to do that.
82.
In some weeks, Biggs would be in the top 2 with the way he's playing. But this is no ordinary week.
61.
It's not quite a Champions Week, but it almost feels like week 10 is a super week because of the people who are here. I mean, we've got a 2-time world finalist playing this week.
95.
He's not even in this group.
170.
He's not even in the top 2 favourites to win this week either.
That's debatable.
83. Martin, you require 67.
Get on the board. To halt the progress of Davies, he's going to need to find 50 more.
Double top.
27.
Doesn't go, and so Davies
you
here.
require
Looking at 87 to seal a 4-0 success.
87 was a great year. Including Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up.
62.
He might have to give up like
Martin,
4
you
though.
require 40.
Double 20 for Martin Biggs. Two tens, possibly the last chance he gets to save the match.
30.
It's an opportunity
David, you
he's unable
require
to take.
25.
6 missed darts at a double over the course of this contest for Martin. And so Davies returns with 2 darts in his hand, a double 8. There's a wry smile on the face of Martin Biggs. He expects this game to be up, but he's going to get another chance.
Martin,
I
you
think
require
David was
10.
distracted by that single being so close to the treble 9.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
We will have
Martin
a 5th leg at least. Martin is hoping that we have 7.
5th leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Martin is a great example of a player that is very well known locally in the Northamptonshire area.
139.
He gets this opportunity because this place exists. And the amateur structure that has been created over the last couple of years has been embellished by the ADC.
95.
That's to their credit and to the credit of this place. Pre-COVID, Martin Biggs went to 1 Q school,
134.
qualified for 2 UK Opens, and that's it. The rest of his darts is local.
85.
Well, the truth is, from his perspective, he is an unknown quantity. Those that know him around the area know how good he is, but to a lot of people, this will be the first time they've ever seen him play. Up against players, and I mentioned it again, that have got vast more experience. And so this is something where maybe it'll just take him a couple of days to acclimatise and get used to. Like we say of any ADC qualifier, the problem is he finds himself in a shark tank. And David Davies here, the latest to sniff blood. And he's got 6 here from 184 to complete a 4-1 victory.
Well, in his area, he's probably used to playing Ricky Evans and James Richardson and Josh Richardson. So playing names is nothing new for him.
100. David, you require 140.
But the name of Davies might be putting him to the sword.
$60. Martin, you require
Well, that first start looked like it was
161.
begging for trouble to be hit at some point, but he was unable to get it. Should get a match start upon his return to eventually get this game won, but he's making this taller order than perhaps it
95.
should be.
David, you require
And
8.
so Davies will return for 80 to finally kill this one off. Double 10, 2 in hand.
Game shot. and
David
the match.
Davies gets
David
his
Davies.
second win of the day. He gets the better of Martin Biggs by 4 legs to 1. A controlled, professional job from the Welshman. Average of 84.3, 4 for 9 when it came to the finishing. The 104 checkout was the real highlight for him. For Martin Biggs, well, he'll just put his hands in the air and say, well, this is just a tough group. Coming up next, Brian Raman takes on Tom Sykes. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 9 games on this Monday morning, and this is what we have seen. Before the break, David Davies got the better of Martin Biggs by 4 legs to 1, but it's the big beasts that are Jimmy Vansky and Tom Sykes that have done the real damage so far today. They've been providing big averages. There's been ton-plus averages aplenty so far over the course of this session. That's what we've seen. This is how the table looks. 4 players, all on 4 points, and the 4 former weekly winners all on that particular mark. It's Jimmy Vansky that leads the way on legs difference, courtesy of that 4-0 drubbing of Tom Sykes in his last game. But the Castleford Tiger has an opportunity to put things right as he takes on Brian Raman in game 10 of the session. It has been quick fire on this Monday morning, and expect those stakes to go up another notch here. For Brian, kicked off a 4-3 win against Jimmy Vansky. Threatened a mini revival against David Davies before going on to lose 4-2. And then a 4-1 defeat to Andy Davidson in his last match. For Tom Sykes, well, the numbers have been extraordinary. 99.48 against Martin Biggs. 102.39 against Andy Davidson. And 97.5 against Jimmy Vansky. But Brian Raman trying to tell everybody else that he is here and still in amongst proceedings.
74. $174.
Okie dokie. Riddle me this, Brian. I can think of something you haven't done here before.
140. Brian, you require 147.
He still hasn't done it, but what a start.
93.
Blistering potential 11 darter straight out the gate. This leg could be wrapped up in less than a minute flat.
99.
Well,
Brian, you require...
Holy 11
54.
darter, Batman.
45.
And it doesn't happen. So I'm going to have to stop with the Batman puns. Because every time I make one, he makes a mistake.
100.
And Sykes has left himself on something handy if this doesn't go.
Game shot.
There's a 14 darter. Raman finds himself one up. And what a start from the brilliant Belgian.
That has got to be one of the quickest 14 darters we've ever seen.
To the row first. Game on.
68 seconds for a 14 dart leg.
The quickest I've ever seen in terms of a leg is 47 seconds. Danny Lauby against Moreno Blom.
140.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's really crucial that Tom Sykes keeps his own pace here. He is quick.
59.
But he's not Brian quick. And he could be swept into this game if he's not careful.
91.
And I can imagine that's a weird thing. When you're naturally a fast player and a quick-paced player like Tom Sykes, it must be a strange feeling when suddenly
56.
you feel like you're the slow one.
170.
Oh, come on. Tom Sykes!
On the second leg, Tom Sykes.
Give him the chips because he's got 2 big fish.
Third leg, it's Brian to the row first.
Not another one.
100.
Not another one.
Apparently, darts commentary now is just consistent of 3 words.
55.
Today's just been so much of a pleasure.
100.
They have not let us down. Good on paper, good on Seisel.
28.
Don't you love it when a good plan comes together?
I think Scott Taylor's going to have to watch out
57.
now. His record of 170 finishes on the stage might be beaten in a week.
Well, Jared Cole's 3 in a week could be under... Well, he's under severe threat because Sykes hit 2 in 4 matches.
58. 100. Brian, you require 106.
I never like to speculate where Brian's going, but this time it's conventional.
Game shot
and very good.
Brian Raman.
2-1 lead. This game has got so many great ingredients.
Full flag. It's Tom to throw first.
Now,
Game
Brian
on.
should feel at home in Portsmouth. There is a Belgian restaurant in town.
180.
And I think, personally, that Tom Sykes not getting a tour card was the best thing that ever happened to him. I think another year at this level is exactly what he needs. Because what is he doing?
140.
They're both at it in this game. This is just irresistible.
90, sir.
It's one of those games where you just sit there, watch, and admire.
86.
You know how you watch someone hit a drive on a golf course and they show you how it's supposed to be done?
60. Tommy required.
These guys are
95.
showing us how darts is supposed to be played.
He's already had the 170 in this game.
On the full flag. Tom
And
Sykes.
Tom Sykes has found the 95 in a blink of an eye for an 11 darter to level up at 2-2, averaging
Fifth flag. It's Brian to the first.
105.83.
Okay, you think 5 minutes 41 is quick
134.
for a game? 4 legs completed in this one
100.
in 4 minutes 42. It was 4 legs for Merckx against Klaassen. It was
96.
5 minutes 41. 59 seconds less than that for 4 legs in this one.
And have a look at them numbers. A man averaging 103.25. Tom Sykes averaging just under 105. And the thing is, these are numbers that today we've
64.
almost come to expect to see at this stage of a contest. That's how good the standard has been.
99.
Can't be separated. But at the end of this one, someone's going to be angry.
99.
They're playing out of their skin. Someone's got to lose.
Six.
This is the response
Brian, you
that
require
Sykes gives after
108.
losing 4-0 to Vansky. And this is what you get from Brian. Double 16.
Game
Another
shot, the
Tom
fifth
plus
flag.
finish.
Brian Raman.
That's 3.
Sixth flag. It's Tom to the first.
And I think Brian enjoyed that.
Game on.
And if he wins this, then we'll have 5 players all on 4 points in the group. But Tom Sykes will have something to say about it on throw
135.
here.
Even if we do get 7 legs in this match, you're going to
56.
see them in less than 10 minutes. Unless rain stops play. And the last time I checked, this place had a roof.
100.
And there's certainly no leaks. And there's certainly no rain in the forecast either.
95.
Look what he's just done again. He's left 350.
96.
And he did that because it was the right thing to do.
And look what Sykes has left again.
96.
Surely not.
Tommy require 170.
We are in a former church. I was just about to say heaven forbid.
97.
Well, these two have been let off the leash and they have absolutely
58.
treated us.
Tommy require
And it looks like
73.
we're going to be set and poised for a last leg decider because Sykes with 6 darts on 73
Yeah,
only needs
John,
the
a
3
sixth
to mop
flag.
it up.
Tom Sykes.
And we go all the way to a deciding leg.
7th and final leg. It's Brian to throw first. Game on.
If this was a dog race, it would be a Belgian Malinois
56.
against a Yorkshire Terrier. Now, in a foot race, there'd only be one winner, and that would be the Belgian Malinois.
93.
But you can never doubt the tenacity of a Yorkshire Terrier.
133.
Well, both of these have thrown the kitchen sink at one another.
93.
Big pick-up for the last treble there for Tom.
I wonder who was the first person to throw a kitchen sink. It can't have been easy.
108.
But that 180 resembles a kitchen sink throw. It's going to have to be mistakes from the Belgian for Tom Sykes to get a chance to break in the last leg.
181, number 4 for a man, and perhaps the biggest one of the lot because he's going to leave himself for the double after 12 tops upon his return to win what has been nothing short of a Super Series
93.
classic.
Brian, you require 40.
Double 10. Fives.
35.
Doesn't go, and maybe there's one more
You
plot twist to be
require
had here.
82.
Tom is now dressed in black and white, trying to steal it. And he
50.
can't.
Brian, you
More drama at
require
the end of this
5.
one, and this is no gimme.
Raman gets a stay of execution, but he's now looking at the madhouse.
3.
In and out.
If you're going to hit that double one,
Tom,
you can't hit that dart.
32.
You simply can't.
And so Tom Sykes to get the
your
job done and to win an absolute corker in a last leg decider. What a contest that was. And what a player Tom Sykes is. All day today, he has pressed home at a very high level, and he has now found his third win from 4 matches. Brian Raman losing with an average in excess of 94.5. He had a couple of tough front checkouts. Tom Sykes with his second big fish finish of the day on the way to a 4-3 success. Again averaging in excess of a ton. Again the doubling good 4 out of 6. After the break, Martin Biggs takes on Andy Davidson. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Anyone who's going to try and attempt to Luke Littler again, my money's on this man.
Here
comes Jaden Walker.
180!
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but
What a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker take a break. It's Angry James.
for a 2-0 lead, who saw this coming?
James on the second leg.
Me and you have a problem. A serious problem. I am the 3 times champion of the world.
It was a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get...
And I have heard a rumour that you think you're going to win this match today. You, my friend, have got a problem. You're getting it!
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
All mouth. It's all mouth. When he says champion, remember that's BDO. All right. You don't want to throw that in. BDO.
There is a chance, but it's not to be. The winners, Angry Ginge and Jaden Walker, win it 3-2.
It's Angry Ginge and 12-year-old Jaden Walker.
The 4th incarnation of the Modus Super Series Influencers event is going to take place on the 11th of May. Tickets are on sale via www.dartshop.tv, and if you can't be here, the action is live here on Pluto TV. Right, to game 11 of our session here, and what a session we're enjoying at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Tom Sykes beat Brian Raman 4-3 in an absolute thriller. Another ton plus average for Sykes. Brian Raman losing despite hitting 4 180s and 2 ton plus checkouts in that contest. Next up for us, Andy Davidson takes on Martin Biggs. Still looking for that first win is the latter. As for Andy Davidson, he can join Tom Sykes on 6 points if he can get victory in this one.
Flag, it's Martin to throw first.
As far as Andy's day is concerned, he's picked up a couple of wins. He's played decent, but maybe he will feel that there's still possibly another level in the locker.
Yeah, potentially. But just to give you an indication of how quick that last game was, that was 8 minutes quicker than Andy's game with David Davies in game 1. Same amount of legs. 8 minutes.
So effectively, you could have played that game twice.
81.
So good, you could have played it twice. And we wouldn't have objected at all. You'll have to wait until tomorrow.
43.
And that will be game number 6. So mark your cards. That'll be somewhere around about 11:30 local time.
125.
And Martin's going to have to work very hard to get a victory today. He's got Andy here.
42.
He's got Brian Raman in game 13. And you've just seen how well he played in defeat.
He's got a positive start here, is Martin. Leaving himself on 110 after just a dozen. He's going to get 6 from here to take the opening leg against Andy.
$50.
He'll be back for 60. Which is a checkout today that Tom Sykes has seen a dart rejected from the board. I don't think Martin's going to have that problem. Double top. Beautifully taken. Great recovery.
And he would have been wary of what missing would have done for him as well, because Andy Davidson's the type of player that really could have swept in and took out the 160, but not to worry about for Martin. He takes the opening leg.
43.
Ask the question of Andy Davidson.
I think these two have got something in common. They don't like standing still. It's like they're playing darts on hot coals.
46.
Well, there's not anybody really in this group that's standing around, are there?
125.
Pace everywhere you see.
That's true. He does give that dartboard a very intense look, doesn't he, Martin? It's almost like he's suspicious of the dartboard.
57.
What are you up to? You thinking of moving? Don't even think about it.
Very inquisitive look on his face. Davidson with a slow start to this match, but leg 2 looks like he's got that scoring radar back on kilter.
45.
You don't see many dart players wearing a shade of brown. It's a forgotten colour. There's a little shade of brown in the shirt of Davidson, as well as a little bit of tartan, which is always good. Tops for him.
13.
Not this time.
He is going to come back for 3 more to level things up. Martin leaves himself on a finish, but it's a big one at 153. I'm going to get a look at it. Davidson pins the tops to level up at 1 apiece.
With those colours, if he was a football team, he'd have to be Motherwell, right?
Game on.
She is.
Happy Mother's Day to everybody yesterday. After Henry's lovely little segue there.
100.
I'm assuming, I don't know this as a fact, I'm assuming, because most dart players won't wear colours of a rival football team, but
97.
maybe Andy is a Motherwell fan.
Not a big football man is Andy, which perhaps in that part of the world isn't the worst thing in the world, because then you don't have to worry about who you support too.
Oh, that's magnificent. That was an imposing, overstacking 180. He's really cooking now after a slow start.
75.
Oh my word, look at that stem. Looks more like a blooming onion now.
I know spring is sprung, but that looked like a flower petal, didn't it, being...
Looked like a wee daffodil.
24. And he requires
Davidson 6 starts here for 149 to get the break in to open up a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, that stem is absolutely ruined. And unlike
41.
Jonathan Platt last week, he had spares on stage.
Although Dart 2 went in at a very awkward angle, didn't it? At least the flight was a little bit wobbly.
It looks like he's tattooed the board as well with the pattern of his barrel. He's left a mark on the small 20.
They're going to leave a mark on this 108. Unable to get, and so Biggs will come back looking at 132. And if he doesn't get, then Davidson will have 3 in his hand to break.
Shots off already. We've seen the prowess on tops from Davidson.
78.
It's worked more than once today, but how is he down in the bottom left corner?
Game shot on the third leg, Andy Davidson.
1 on the outside, 1 in, and Davidson 2-1 to the good. Eventually getting the break and hoping to really get his teeth stuck into this encounter.
85.
Nice to see somebody else flying the flag for Scottish darts as well, because over the last few years we have had some great Scottish talents here. We've seen where Darren Beveridge has gone on to, with Greg Ritchie to the Pro Tour. We haven't seen Jamie Clark here since he lost his tour card. It'll be interesting to see what Jamie does.
85.
But watching the internationals at the weekend, I was really keen to see Jamie Bain Jamie's a great player. I'm not really sure what he's going to be doing moving forward, but
60.
Jamie is someone who's been to the last day of a European tour before. He's got a lot of talent.
85. $140.
Decent 140 that from Martin. Davidson, though, still with the advantage of throwing this leg.
140.
Hammers it home with 2 treble turn.
I remember a few years ago, well, actually, it might have been just a year ago when Chris Mason was trying to figure out the technique of Andy Davidson. You had to do it in slow-mo because he's so quick with every little facet of his action.
90. And you require 106.
I think that masterclass is still available on our social media platform somewhere. Davidson hasn't had a ton plus checkout yet today, but he has now as he pins the 106 and opens up a 3-1 lead.
Sykes has 6 points.
5th flag. It's Martin to throw first.
Davidson has 4. Davies has 4. Jimmy Vansky has 4. Raman somehow has only got 2. Poor Martin Biggs, who isn't playing badly today. He's just up against the most stacked Group A you could possibly imagine.
123.
We've seen ADC qualifiers play much worse and get much better points returns than Martin Biggs is right now. I mean, it's very hard when you're getting drubbed game in, game out. But I suppose
57.
One thing you'll have to take is he knows he can at least be competitive in this kind of clientele.
94.
It's a very whippy action he's got. That arm comes through really fast.
100.
And the thing is, it has to. Because when you deliver a dart that is sideways at address, you've got to throw it harder
83.
to get it to land straight. If you throw it softly, it won't make it. Think about Ronnie Baxter. When he was throwing, it was very hard. Beautifully done. Just proving once again why he's here.
41.
Problem is, though, he's had to do this just to keep himself competitive. He's left himself on 104 to bring it back to 3-2. And again, Davidson has an outside chance if this does not go. And he's missed the big number. And is he going to pay 72. The price for it?
And he require 106.
He was dicing with game death right there. He threw that last dart in the general direction 75. Of the 3. He's very fortunate
Martin, you require
that it did find the 3.
Possibly first mistake he's made today. But is it a case of all's well but ends well?
24.
Maybe
and
not. And it may 85. Well be over. Because Andy Davidson here has got a dart at the bullseye to win it. But he is not going to find the target.
8.
I think this target might be kinder for Martin. He's not going across his eye line here.
Game shot.
Very well found. First time today he's got 2 legs in a match.
6th flag. It's Andy to throw first. Game on. $60.
So Davidson here being forced to serve this match out. And only a 60 stars opened up the door here for Martin.
100. $96.
Can you imagine if Biggs was to get on the board here, points-wise? This would be some comeback.
140.
He's making things very difficult for Andy. Maybe for the first time today,
96.
someone has taken their foot off the pedal against him, and he might be able to expose their weakness.
$60. $55.
It's not enough. Martin has not been in a winning position today. Now he's dreaming of one. But the only way he gets that is if he takes this leg first.
26.
And that could be the slip which has put the boot on the other foot and has given Andy Davidson the opportunity to charge
36.
for home. But he himself unable to make a huge hole in the 194. It's got a little bit scrappy all of a sudden, this contest.
64. And he require 158.
Sometimes that's the case when there's points on the line.
Well, Martin Biggs is going to get an opportunity here at the 111. It may well be the only chance he gets. And if he can break here, he'll have the darts in the decider, but he needs a treble 17 here. Doesn't get, and the game could be gone.
52. And he require 100.
For 2 crucial points. He needs tops. Gets
shot
10s.
and the match.
And that was hard
Andy
work
Davidson.
for Andy Davidson. He was pushed by Martin Biggs, who's not going to have any points on the table after 4 rounds of play. So Davidson does keep pace with Davies and with Sykes and with Jimmy Vansky, but Davidson now goes on to 6 points, so he's tied at the top of the table after that 4-2 win. When we come back, Davies against Jimmy Vansky.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Andy Davidson got the better Martin Biggs by 4 legs to 2. We're 4 games from home now on this Monday morning, and next up on the menu for us, it is a meeting between David Davies and Jimmy Vansky. 2 players who won weeks in Series 9. Of course, Jimmy Vansky didn't play at that particular Champions Week, but David Davies did. Got through to the Champions Night and got through to the semi-finals. But for Jimmy Vansky, he's off the back of 105.47 average in his previous match, a 4-0 demolition of Tom Sykes. And he really has put in some tremendous displays. In fact, his lowest average over the course of the session, Jimmy, 92.49. And that was still enough to beat Martin Biggs by 4 legs to 0. For Davids, you get the sense that, yes, he's picked up points, but to be competitive against Jimmy Vansky, he's probably going to have to raise that level of performance. In terms of his numbers for the day, 79.6, 86.2 and 84.31. They're decent numbers, but in comparison to what Jimmy Vansky's punching in, where he's running at around about 10-15 points less than his Dutch opponent.
125.
On the Monday-ometer, where does this rank as Mondays go? This is way up there for me. This is very impressive.
82.
In comparison to other ones, the only one I can really draw 1-2 is probably the week where Barton's, Littler, Gates, Richardson, Gilliland all went hammer and tongs at one another.
Yeah, that's a rather good Monday to bring up. And all we can do is bring 12 players in per week.
42.
There are so many more knocking on the door, but you've got to qualify your way to get back here. It's getting to the stage where people who have played every series
98.
are saying to themselves, have I done enough to warrant an invite to Series 11, Series 12, that kind of thing? I don't know what you think about this, Henry, but we are getting to the stage now where if you want to guarantee your invites for the next year,
95.
you have to win a weekly title.
80.
There's a new world order beginning to develop here at the Super Series.
64.
And Jimmy Vansky is right at the very top of that particular list. Pound to pound, one of the best players that we have here.
93. Jimmy, you require 16.
Second crack at double 8 now.
Game shot of
Second
first
time
leg.
today
Jimmy
we've seen
Vansky.
double 4 hit right there. Last time was Andy Davidson.
Second
I told you
leg. It's
about that
Davidson
week,
through first.
didn't I, where
Game on.
that Monday was a bit absurd. It really was. Andy Barton's ran an average of 97.79 for the session. Luke Little ran off a 94.44. Chris Gilliland 92.07. Leonard Gates 91.1. James Richardson was 5th in the group, averaging just a mere 89.79.
85.
Four ton-plus averages during that
84.
session. And a doubling percentage over the course of the 4 players of 37%, an overall daily average between the 6 of 91.54.
140.
We've got way more than 4 ton plus checkouts. So this is fast becoming one of, if not the best Monday. 2 170s
54.
speaks alone for Tom Sykes. That in a game where Brian Raman had 2 ton plus checkouts himself.
58.
There's been a lot of good stuff that is also gone a begging, gone for the one to try. And as you say, those 2 ton plus checkouts of Brian Raman in a losing effort. Tom Sykes averaging 97.5 and he got beat 4-0.
99.
And amongst all the good, there's been a lot of good in vain.
And let's not forget,
134.
He's one of the best players in the
David
world right
required
now, and he started
164.
pretty much on his comeback trail with us, did Jan van Veen. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins a Players' Championship event today.
92.
There's going to be a lot of chatter
You require 84.
over the next few days about the news in darts. But what we're talking about is a 2-0 lead for Jimmy Vansky. He is cruising at the minute.
Third
When you
leg,
consider the
it's Jimmy
strength
to
of
the
this
first.
field,
Game on.
he's feeling very at home. 4-0 against Tom Sykes. And he's eyeing up a very similar result against David Davies.
42.
For the day, Jimmy Vansky is averaging 96.84. And that's not even the highest running average of the day.
97. 119.
Nothing much has changed with the darts he's used since he first came here. But what has changed is that confidence. And it all goes back
59.
to a 9-dart shootout. On a Saturday night, he found another level with the crowd, with the occasion.
100.
And after the 9-dart shootout, he turned into a monster.
He won that night and he said words similar to massive. And ever since, he has won every other week he has played here in a qualification set. And he was within a dart of winning the whole lot in Series 8, denied by Marvin van Velzen.
100.
And he was en route to getting a tour card as little as 2.5 months ago. If he got that card, he wouldn't be here.
And let's be honest, we fully expected Jimmy Vansky to get that card before Dart was thrown at Q-Score. Didn't quite work out, but maybe another year at this level might be the perfect thing for his development. Maybe a card could have come a year or so too soon. We speak a lot about
84. David
Connor Scott and how maybe he just needed that little bit of time to develop. And maybe Jimmy's a similar player in that respect, as Davies looks at 4-4 to get the break back and to return the game to 2-1.
David Davies.
In off, crashed off the barrel. Davies back in it.
Fourth flag. It's David to throw first. Game on.
This could have been a Champions Night game at the end of last year. Davies lost out to Tom Sykes.
131.
But had Jimmy Vansky been able to attend the Champions Week at the end of last year, would he have made the Champions Night?
100.
Probably.
I think around that time, that was when he really was peaking, Jimmy Vansky. Some of the numbers he was consistently punching in.
And of course, it was Marvin van Velzen that denied him a series title. This could have been a return for a second, potentially.
100.
Well, Jimmy Vansky for the year has a running average in excess of 90, which tells you that he is up there with a very elite to the game right now.
100.
This game is very much in the balance. A lovely last start. But it doesn't give him a massive advantage. In fact, that advantage lasts about 3 seconds.
140.
I wonder what the temperature is going to be like in here this week, because in our evening sessions in week 9,
59. David, you require 90.
perspiration was starting to be seen from the players. I think conditions this week should be close to ideal. 5-5 once again for Dye.
Game shot on the fourth
He
flag.
is owning
David
that
Davies.
5-5 when he's there. Great pickup.
And greatly appreciated by
Fifth
his
flag,
opponent,
it's
Jimmy
Jimmy to the
Vansky. Not that he would have
first.
enjoyed seeing that
Game on.
5-5 go in, but he can respect the clutch element of it. Level at 2-2 Vansky with the darts in 2 of the last 3 legs.
David, a very good friend of the Spider.
59.
And is now playing Daddy Longlegs. It is that time of year where they come indoors.
43.
Only thing is, you'll need a very big bit of glass and a very big envelope to try and catch Jimmy Vansky.
More like a dance floor in a carnival tent.
140. $57.
I was watching a documentary over the weekend with David Blaine, and he was talking about swimming with anacondas in Brazil. You know they can get to 25 feet long.
56.
That's a frightening prospect.
Well, this man who's nearly 7 foot long
134.
is throwing from 7 feet 9 1/4 inch. That's the exact measurement of the hockey.
$140.
Great could pick off there.
If you aren't aware, the bullseye right in the middle is a measurement of 5'8". So if you are 5'8" in height, when you're going up against a dartboard on the wall without a raised hockey, you should be right at the middle part of the bullseye.
So David's looking at the 106. Has already been found by Andy Davidson today and by Brian Raman. And a bemused look on his face as he shanks the first one into the single one.
Even he's giving the ironic thumbs up now. Everyone's doing it.
73.
We've seen it from Sykes.
Now
we've seen it from Davies. This might be a thumbs up in a different way.
Because Vansky could be good to go if he finds double 16.
Game shot
No
on the
mistake.
5th leg. Jimmy Vansky.
3-2 up, a narrow leg away from victory.
6th leg. It's David to throw first. Game on.
Well, since when does Davies do anything the easy way? Remember when he won his week? He had an astonishing win streak.
108.
And his tenacity and his bravery of getting through really tough games was evident that week more than any other
96.
that he played. He won his last game of Group C on the Thursday. Then he would win all 5 on the Friday. And then all 4 on the Saturday. And we are being spoiled in this series because Derek Coulson didn't lose a game at all.
58.
We saw Mervyn King last week go through his card twice, and he would consequently win 11 of his last 12 games. But Davies,
90.
he won 10 in a row.
And that should not go under the radar. Vansky needed to fill it up to leave himself on a finish, and so Davies here 6 darts and 171 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. We'll look down here at the 17s.
137.
And then over to the 19s. Nonetheless, though, he leaves himself on a double, even if the double's double 17.
Jimmy was a bit confused there.
96. David, you require 34.
Straight for it, as if it was on purpose. Well, that's how you do it. It's 3-3.
David Davies.
So we go all the way. And Ski
7
with
for
the darts
final
in
leg.
this
It's Jimmy to throw first.
deciding leg.
Game on.
The winner of this one will move on to 6 points alongside Andy Davidson and Tom Sykes.
58.
In a group that is littered with weekly champions, another one is celebrating his birthday today, Chris Quantock. So happy birthday to Chris.
101.
And to Scott Baker, who was here last week. Unfortunately for Scott, he wasn't able to make Saturday. But happy birthday to Mr. Baker.
140.
Now what they're going to do for him on his birthday? Bake a cake. Bake a cake. How do you do? How do you do? How do you do?
Somebody help me. I'm here against my will. Moving swiftly on.
Hey, you're getting paid unlike first round losers.
Don't poke at me today on that subject.
95.
And the last of the birthdays, Laszlo Kadar of Romania. Played at Lakeside a couple of times. And Linda Heinmarsh Itheralda, former Ladies World Master from County Durham. Happy birthday, Linda.
60.
Vansky here, 6 starts on 208 to get the job done, to move on to 6 points in the group. That first start, surely you felt was begging for more.
90.
Moves across to the 18s, leaves himself on 110 upon his return.
$175.
72.
Oh no.
Jimmy requires
That could signal the end.
110.
He's fought so valiantly to stay in this game, and that one big mistake might cost him the points.
Because Jimmy Vansky is looking at
Gets
double
your
18 to
match,
win
Jimmy
in
Vansky.
style. A 110 checkout to seal the points and to move him on to 6 and to move him in a very good position going into the last round of fixtures. Jimmy Vansky is top of the tree, and this is how he did so. It was a hard-fought display from David Davies, a very valiant effort from him, but Jimmy Vansky finds a 110 checkout in the last leg to seal a 4-3 success. The final round of matches is about to get underway, and after the break we're going to be watching Martin Biggs up against Brian Raman. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we seal the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 4 rounds worth of play on this Monday morning. And this is what we've seen before the break. Jimmy Vansky sealed a 4-3 success against Davies. Andy Davidson beat Martin Biggs 4-2. And Tom Sykes got the better of Brian Raman 4-3. Biggs, Raman, David, Sykes and Davidson Vansky to come. But this is how the table looks going into the final round of Monday's play. And as you can see, Jimmy Vansky, Andy Davidson and Tom Sykes all on 6 points. And remember, Vansky and Davidson go head-to-head in the final game of the session to see who is going to finish on 8 points. It's the bottom 2 that are going to go head-to-head in this one, as Martin Biggs takes on Brian Raman. For Martin, his final opportunity to get a victory on his debut day here at the Live Lounge, up against Brian Raman, who's just got the solitary success to his name. That came in his opening match against Jimmy Vansky. Average in excess of 96, had that 1-4-2 checkout. But despite putting in some decent performances for the rest of the day, he hasn't been able to pick results up. He had 2 ton-plus checkouts, he had 4 180s, and an average of 94.5 in his game against Tom Sykes last time out, but was on the wrong end of a 4-3 scoreline. But for Martin Biggs, what will he have learnt from today?
Darts is hard. And it's even harder when you're playing people who are very successful here.
60.
Much like other parts of the sport, there are no guarantees. And in order to get the riches that are on offer, you have to perform. Can't just turn up and cash £5,000. It doesn't work that way. You've got to find your way through a group. You've got to get to Saturday night and be the best.
80.
Ask Mervyn King. Do you think his ride last week was easy? He played 27 games and put himself through the ringer at 59 years of age. And at the end of the week, he was the best player. Even Steve West said that after the final. He said, he just outgunned me.
100.
And he will assert himself into Champions Week in a fortnight's time. Somewhere Brian Raman has never been before. Did play at the Global Championship, though, at the back end of last year. Didn't quite work out for him in that particular competition. Played there, played at the Lakeside. He had a
26.
Mixture of everything, did the Riddler at the end of 2024.
85.
He is part of a country that is booming when it comes to European darts. Maybe the biggest boom of any country in Europe over the last 2 or 3 years.
Brian, you require 116.
We saw some of the crowds at the Euro Tour event, something that Brian would love to be a part of, but he would have loved the 116 if that was to go. The double 4 not quite there. He's going to have to come back for double 2.
$137. Brian, you require
Richie's got 3-4 to get the break. The earliest possible opportunity into the madhouse.
No score.
Not got.
Martin, you
so
require
Biggs,
74.
providing he stays straight here, should get a dart to take out the opening leg. 20 for Bull. Bullseye. Not there.
40. Brian, you require 4.
Every chance he misses, he will realise that he should have taken it. And just to give you some sort of indication as to how difficult it is to get into a Belgian European Tour event if you don't have a tour card. Brian Raman lost in the last 1-8
99
of the home nation qualifier for Weezer to Geert de Vos That is the epitome of an awful draw. It was 6-4 in the end. DeVos averaged nearly 95. And he had to watch
82.
everybody else get a chance for the rest of the day. The likes of Sybren Geibels, Francois Schwein,
94.
they made their way through. And Raman was not able to get there, so he has to wait until later in the season when he can have a chance to play at the Flanders, which will be a rather brilliant event once again. Defending champion Dave Chisnell.
59.
And Paul Nicholson's favourite tournament, the Flanders Darts Trophy.
I like anything in Belgium. They do tournaments properly. They've got immense crowds.
128.
And if you're planning to go to a European Tour event next year, go to Weezer in Belgium. It is brilliant.
I spoke to a player after that particular tournament, and they said
60.
it's the best atmosphere they've ever played in.
100.
I think it was heightened by the fact that Mike De Decker made the final. But the preceding events, won by Dave Chisnell and Littler, were
Brian, you
both
require 8.
remarkable as well. And Michael Van Gerwen. I'm not forgetting about Michael.
39.
But it's the Belgian who was bossing this one. And the best he can do by the end of the day is 4 points.
140.
To stay in touch
Brian, you require
with the top
41.
4, this is a must-win game.
Game shot on
And
the
that
second leg.
is
Brian
2-0.
Raman.
And that is halfway towards Brian Raman keeping in touch and keeping tabs
Third
with
leg.
those
It's
at the
Martin
top of the
to throw
group.
first. Game on. $140.
We saw what he did.
Oh, we know what he did.
Yeah, we see you, Brian.
98.
That was a stare down and a half. That one almost deserves some Cool Whip.
Whip. Why are you putting so much emphasis on the H?
108.
You would. HD.
58.
So Biggs here, 6 darts and 181 to get something on the board in this match.
$105.
Did some lovely darts at times today. Seems to be getting closer
57.
every time he
Martin,
plays.
you
He got a couple of
require
legs
76.
off Andy Davidson. He's averaging 89 in this game.
36.
In fact, his numbers are healthier than that of Brian, but seems like he's having a leg off.
63.
Well,
Martin,
what's
you
it they say
require
about
40.
playing better players make you better? And for Martin Biggs, that's certainly something that he's learning on his debut day here at the Super Series. Double 10.
20.
Doesn't go, but he has got time on his side.
Brian seems puzzled. Not anymore.
108.
If you keep hitting shots like that, Brian, keep your bottom lip out.
Suddenly there's pressure applied to this double 10 because he knows Brian Raman has tapped him on the shoulder, Martin Biggs.
15.
And he's going to get a look at the 45. The 180 was
45.
telling pressure. And now Raman gets an opportunity that power visit deserves. And he
Gage
finds
on
a
the
double
third
60
leg.
to
Brian
get the
Raman.
double break and open up a 3-0 advantage in this match.
That's what great players can do. They can
Fourth
snap at your
leg, it's
heels
Brian to throw first. Game
after
on.
the snap of 2 fingers. You make an error, they will make you pay for it.
$91.
Do you think darts is fair, Henry? as a sport, as a game, black and white,
100.
it's in or it's out. As an actual game. There's no subjectivity.
140.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, in terms of the fact that an end result can't be influenced by anything other than what is physically here. Absolutely.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's not like football where you could have a contentious VAR call, or there's a potentially in a game has the ball crossed the line or not crossed the line. And
look at ice skating. I mean figure skating.
55.
It's based on judges' numbers. That can be classified as subjective. The fairness associated with darts is right in front of you.
100.
That's a ton because it's a ton.
Well, you see it in boxing. If somebody doesn't knock the other person out, then you get to the judges' scorecards. There's been a couple of contentious scorecard offerings over the years, but Raman here looking at 75 to wrap up a 4-0 success and to finish his day with 4 points.
And why? Because he's hit 3 doubles.
61.
Martin has not.
75.
I hate to be simplistic, but that's why people love this game, because it's either in or it's out.
Double 16.
59.
And that was Brian Raman at his
170.
flamboyant best, shall we say.
That really was different. I've never seen that before.
50.
Just keep them coming, Brian.
Requires 16.
Double 8. Has to try and float this one over the top, but he does so brilliantly to seal a 4-0 success. Brian Raman bookends his day with wins. He beat Jimmy Vansky in his opener, and he has beaten Martin Biggs in his final game of the session by 4 legs to 0. For Raman, 4 points to take from his opening day's play here. We're going to take a break. When we return, we're going to see David Davies take on Tom Sykes. Sykes can move on to 8 points of a win, but if David Davies wins this, then he'll be on 6. The winner with Davies and Vansky guaranteed the lead overnight.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV, where before the break, Prime Mangle the better with Martin Biggs by 4-0. Our penultimate match sees David Davies and Tom Sykes go head-to-head. These two are going to round off their day with a win. Tom Sykes will move on to 8 points if he's able to do so. David Davies would be on 6, and it would mean that the winner of Jimmy Vansky and Andy Davidson would top the pile, guaranteed, going into Tuesday's play. For Tom Sykes, he has played some incredible darts today.
It's David to throw
His
first.
losing average was 97.5, and that was only because Jimmy Vansky piled in a whopper of a 105.5 against him. Up against David Davies, who actually lost his last game of his best performance of the day. 93.39 was his average. But if we're going to be hypercritical of David, maybe the one thing that he may look at going into tomorrow is maybe some missed opportunities on the outer end, particularly in that first game against Andy Davidson.
The one thing he has done since that first game is he has polished things up a little bit better, so trending in the right direction for sure. But the last time that these guys were up against each other on this stage, it was Champions Night, Series 9, semi-final. And that was where Tom Sykes went bananas. 4-0 victory, 107.36 average.
108!
And Davies will remember that.
Everybody remembers every single game they play against somebody, but particularly when it's in a big tournament like Super Series Champions Night. And it'll be interesting to see how much retribution will be on the mind of David Davies in this one. He's got off to the more positive start of the pace, left himself on a 2-darter after 12. Sykes needs a couple of troubles to do something similar. Fine, said couple of troubles.
David, you require 84.
Bullseye.
59.
Can't get any closer than that.
64.
And Tom might be stealing a march again.
Game shot on the first
And look how
leg.
many
Tom
darts
Sykes.
it was. 14, which is again 107 average. He likes playing
Second
Davies.
leg, it's Tom to
He's
throw
living
first.
in that 14 dart region for the most part of the day. It's not the first time, and I hasten to say it's going to be the last time he's going to find something like that this week.
100.
This is as polished a daily display as we've seen for a while. And it may not even, well, it's not even going to be good enough potentially to even top the group come the end of it, depending on what Jimmy Vansky does.
140.
I hate to say it, but my worry about the foldable flights and the new stems, absolutely withering away that worry.
96.
The balance of this equipment with the throw the way it is, it looks perfect.
$91.
It's almost a shame that only one person can win this week. Sykes is going to have to go through Jimmy Vansky and Davies and Davidson and Raman. Only one of them can win through this group on Wednesday afternoon. And then at the end of the week,
96.
there's only going to be one winner. I have no idea who it's going to be.
Which means you're going to have to stay tuned in to Pluto TV. Tom Sykes was able to get a hat-trick of big fish finishes. Davies is going to find one for himself. And so Sykes, who got the break in the opening leg, is looking at 74 to double his advantage.
Tops.
54. David
Doesn't like
requires
it.
74.
And he might not like what happens next.
Because Davies has an opportunity to pinch his pocket if he can find double top.
54.
Not to be this time.
Tommy
He knew
requires
exactly
20.
what was happening as soon as it left his fingers.
2 10s. 2-0.
on the second leg. Tom
Sykes has this game now exactly where he wants it.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Here's a question. Is Tom Sykes now, at this level, England's best player?
140.
He did win twice. He's a 2-time weekly winner here. I know he hasn't won on the Challenge Tour yet, but he's been close. But from an England perspective, is he now the best?
125.
I think there's him and one other player, and that player is Bo Greaves.
60.
That's a compelling argument you just made. Considering what Bo has done this season, I can't argue against that. She may just be England's best player at the second level of darts.
Well, second in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, the Development Tour Order of Merit she's top of, and top of the Women's Series Order of Merit.
That's ridiculous. Imagine if you'd said that 6, 7 years, just before COVID.
81.
Bo Greaves is going to top those orders of merit and be second in the other. People would have said, are you feeling okay? It's real.
120. David, you require.
I think that's a question that
72.
David Davies was probably saying to Tom Sykes for the first couple of legs, but Di, to his credit, has found a 14 darter of his own to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. Still needs to find that break, though.
Fourth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
If Sykes does not go to 8 points and Davies goes to 6,
108.
tomorrow's going to be great fun. And it may just be one player that goes to 8 points for the day. That could be Jimmy Vansky. That could be Andy Davidson. But then there could be 3 on 8 points, potentially. No, it's just going to be 2, isn't it? I'm getting carried away.
Easy 2 on a day like today.
140.
Tom's running out of time of getting a third 170. Things you never thought you'd say first thing in the morning.
90.
Should have gone 11.
Now you are being a little bit silly.
Some people would have.
44.
Now, what could Sykes make of the 131?
31.
The other Tom Plus finish he's had today is the 129. He's had 3 all told. Brian Raman
91.
tops the list with 4, but Sykes leaving tops after 12 to re-establish that 2-leg gap in this match.
131.
I think this is a double that he sometimes battles with when it comes to weight of shot. Not right now.
Fourth leg, Tom Sykes.
13 data, Tom Sykes 3-1 to the good. Both players here averaging in excess of a ton.
Sykes must be so close to 100 average for the day.
42.
And we don't see that very often at all.
Seldom happens. We did see Derek Coulson have an average in excess of a ton over the course of a session not too long ago. It does happen, but it very rarely happens.
I remember Dom Taylor doing it in a Group B a few series back, and that performance from Dom was just remarkable.
100.
And he wouldn't win the week.
Well, a matter of fact, of the top 10 highest ever weekly averages that have got through to a Saturday night, 7 of them did not go on to win that particular week.
45.
Getting there's one thing, winning is another.
$43.
Well, this leg very much open for interpretation.
It is the kind of game where Davies could get back into it, but his margin for error now is wafer thin.
$133.
I can definitely get behind his route there. Now he leaves himself a finish, which is 420s and bolt. He likes to go for the same treble twice.
100. Tommy require.
This could be the end of his day. A fabulous day.
He's found the big fish twice, but he's not going to end the day with a little fish.
David, you require 116.
That's because he's obviously got a big appetite. He's from Yorkshire. Tops to stay in it.
96. Tommy
And
require
that
47.
should be that as far as this game is concerned. Thomas Sykes looks at double 16 for win number 4 of the day.
15.
But it's not there yet, and David Davies has been given a glimmer.
20.
It'll be more than a glimmer if he finds this. Doesn't need double 5 this time.
David Davies.
Why do I get the feeling that at the end of this day, Ty Davies is going to have a puff of the cheeks?
Game on.
I think he's starting to understand just how difficult this group is.
100.
Well, you've got 4 former winners grappling with one another. And Brian Raman, a player with a big CV, also making some big counter punches as well. There's Tom Sykes with the darts here to finish his day with 8 points on the board.
Here's a yes or no question for you, Henry. Does Tom Sykes win on the Challenge Tour this year?
Yes.
Would you like some more time to think about it?
No.
$78.
89.26 is his average for the Challenge Tour season. That's more than anybody else in this group. He's had a pretty steady season as well. Last 16 in the first one, then a quarter-final where he lost out to John Henderson, then another quarter-final earlier this month, losing out to Graham Usher, then another quarter-final losing out to fellow Scotsman Scott Waits. But he might not be losing this one.
80.
He's going to come back.
So Sykes looking at double 8 to win the match. Well, he's been given a few opportunities to get the job done here.
16.
Is he eventually going to wrap it up here? 3 darts in his hand, a double 8 to complete a 4-2 victory. And a win it is for Tom Sykes. 8 points overnight for the Castleford Tiger, who ran red hot today. He got out the gate, set his stall out, and never relinquished that high standard. 97 points feels a little bit below par compared to what else he's put in today. As to David Davies, he's averaged 93 and 92 in his final couple of games of the day, but hasn't got any points from them. After the break, one of Andy Davidson and Jimmy Vansky will end the day with 8 points to their name.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tom Sykes sealed his 4th win of the day with a 4-2 win over Davies. So he's on 8 points overnight. Really good day for the Castleford Tiger. We can hear from him now. He's talking to Robbie Dove.
Well, Tom, you just saw the table there. Got 8 points, guaranteed to be joint top at least overnight. How are you feeling?
Yeah, darts have gone well today. Fresh off the back of 5 hours sleep last night, but they seem to go well, so hopefully it can continue through the week.
A couple of 97 averages, and that was the worst of it. That's got to probably put you in good stead for the rest of the week.
Yeah, I've been playing well for a while now. I've been working on a few things in my game, and obviously it's proved today, so yeah.
Is the task then just to carry on in your winning form and try and get that top spot for Group A come Wednesday?
Yeah, absolutely. I try and win as many games as I can. Hopefully get through Wednesday. But if not, then Group B, Group C, it doesn't really matter as long as you get to finals night. That's the main thing.
It's not just the Modus Super Series you've been playing as well. Really doing well on the Challenge Tour, a few quarterfinals, and your Pro Tour debut as well. How's that all going for you?
Yeah, it's going really well. Like I said before, I'm playing really well. So to get a few wins on the Pro Tour as well a couple of weeks ago, it's good.
And you didn't get much notice, did you, in terms of how long in advance you found out you were going to be on the Pro Tour?
No, about a good couple of about 4 hours, I think, 3 or 4 hours, and then due to fly home, but ended up changing everything and got there in the end. So and played a good couple of days. So yeah.
That tour card was obviously so close, but is it nice to be able to kind of get the best of both worlds, play on the Challenge Tour, play on here, and get your flavour for the Pro Tour as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I said before I went to Q School, I was never in a massive rush to get a tour card because I still want to win a Champions Week here, losing in 2 finals. But the experience here, the stage experience you get, and the players that you play against, it's Pro Tour standard anyway, pretty much all of the time. So,
Well, also that ends well. Well done on today. We look forward to seeing you for the rest of the week.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Saying all the right things there, Tom Sykes speaking to Robbie Dove there. Final game of the session sees Andy Davidson and Jimmy Vansky go head-to-head. The winner will join Tom Sykes on 8 points going into Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Vansky in a very relaxed mood as we get this final match of the session underway. As Andy Davidson that kicked off the show with a 4-3 victory up against the Welshman Davies. But Jimmy Vansky, if Tom Sykes wasn't about doing what he was doing, would be the player that everybody would be talking about. He actually lost his first game, an average of 94, but has won every game since. In matter of fact, his lowest average for the day was the 90.55 he posted in a 4-3 win against Davies.
Tom was saying all the right things, wasn't he? I really, really like what he said about not rushing into getting a tour card.
84.
There are too many people these days looking to get to the top table too quickly. There's nothing wrong with being at this level for a little while, getting success, confidence, and a nice foundation before you go to the Pro Tour.
140.
And there are plenty of examples of that in this group. Jimmy's another. Andy Davidson's another. They're both WDF Tour winners. There's nothing wrong with using different systems as your vaulting platform to where you ultimately want to be. It's been done for years.
96.
Well, this will be played at a fair pace. Maybe not the quick fire rat-a-tat-tat of some of the games we saw earlier on, but Davidson looking to get off to a quick start and misses tops of the 119. Now, Jimmy Vansky has got history with this finish before. Just ask Steve West.
Don't ask Steve West.
97.
Because he doesn't want to relive it.
40.
It'll be a very short answer and you won't like what you get. Tops. Does not go, and so Vansky is back for a break chance. Looking at 54. P18 double 18. That's the JVSMO. And that's the route to a 1-0 lead and a break of foe.
If that was you rapping, please make it stop.
Leg. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Bad enough that you went with JVSMO. So that's the T-shirt for Saturday night, isn't it? JVSMO. And you know what that stands for, don't you? Jimmy Vansky, Modus Operandi.
100.
JVSMO sounds like a band that finished 5th on the X Factor in 2008.
140.
Is that your way of saying you were watching it when you were 4?
I never watched the X Factor. Never watched the X Factor.
Yeah, you were too busy watching Highway or Heartbeat.
100.
Heartbeat, greatest theme tune there is.
Worst program ever. When that was on telly, you knew you were going to school the next day.
59.
Nothing wrong with going to school. Stay in school, kids. And what are you doing watching this? Aren't you supposed to be paying attention to the teacher?
105.
To be fair, this could be lunch hour.
Oh, good point. I'll give you that one.
96. Jimmy required
Ski looking at 96 to double his lead. Double 18 again. It's going to split because Davidson's not on a finish.
80.
Sensible play from the Dutchman.
Doesn't that show how much conviction and confidence Jimmy has?
120.
Because he didn't
Jimmy
hesitate
16.
in going for the 2, and there's a bust either side of it.
Game shot on the second leg.
Just
Jimmy
because it's
Vansky.
2025 now instead of 2024 doesn't mean he's lost his confidence. If anything, he looks more
Third leg,
assured.
it's Andy to throw first.
The mojo
Game on.
of Jimmy Vansky is still very much there on the live lounge stage. His first day back here
85.
in 2025. Amazing to think that it's been all of, what, nearly 5 months since we've seen him last?
60.
Last week of November, first week of April. April Fool's Day tomorrow.
70.
Watch out, Deacon.
I actually asked HR what the rules are for April Fool's. They said, well, I'm working tomorrow, so it's April Fool's
46.
enough.
Just don't believe anything you hear in the morning, apart from the stuff that
6.
comes from us, because we will talk nothing but facts. Not just up until 12 noon, but past that as well.
45.
I remember years ago they played an April Fool on the darting public, saying that the UK
58.
Open was going to be played on a square board. A lot of people thought that was going to happen.
Wasn't that back in the days when Blue Square sponsored the competition?
Correct. And then the following year,
96.
they did a Phil Taylor fragrance announcement.
58.
Nobody believed that one.
Wasn't there a hand? No.
Is that you rapping again?
I was going to say, didn't they do a hand sanitizer? Oh, wait, that was something else, wasn't it?
98. Andy require 170.
Andy can't save us with a 170 finish.
60. Jimmy require 156.
Vansky looking at 156. Another one of them. Double 18.
120.
Width of a while away. He fancied
Andy
that. That
require
felt good
107.
leaving the hand.
Andy's in trouble. Double 15.
Game
Beautiful
shot on the
shot.
third leg. Andy Davidson.
It's only a 7-visit leg, but that was a seriously impressive ton plus checkout.
Fourth leg.
Well, that
It's
is
Jimmy
how
to
you
the
get yourself
first.
out of jail, Andy
Game on.
Davidson.
These seasoned players know exactly where the lens is.
134.
Notice how these players just aren't camera shy anymore.
44.
It's funny how certain players from yesteryear, I don't want to do an interview. I'm too nervous on camera. You've been on camera for the last 2 hours.
60.
But they would rather participate and play than speak.
45.
And these two certainly showing us the good stuff. Both good talkers as well, actually, off the hockey, Jimmy and Andy.
99.
Yeah, Andy stands up when he talks and Jimmy sits down. because he's too tall for our camera.
134.
And he always likes to wait till 5, doesn't he, to then talk his mind.
58.
I thought I'd wait a 5 count until I said something there.
Still one of the more infamous clips of our time here at the Live Lounge. Vansky looking at 150. 2 double 18s to leave him his favourite double 18, not to be on this occasion.
58.
Davidson looking at the 138.
138. 46.
Now what does Jimmy do here?
92.
Obviously treble 20 is preferable. This is what we're talking about. 2 of them.
74.
Funny how he's had 3 shots at double 18. He's hit it once and won no legs.
And with both of the efforts he's missed, to be fair to Jimmy, they have not been far away. But unlike last time, he has to go for the double 9. It's double 4.
14.
It's not there. He's missing a lot of doubles close to the wire, and he's giving Davidson an opportunity to break back. Double 16 for a level game.
20.
It's not there, and so Vansky returns for double 2 to open up a 3-1 advantage.
Whether you like it or not, this is a difficult double the taller you are.
They don't come much taller than him.
He simply can't find it.
And he require 32.
That is a lot of darts at double now in this match. Is he letting it slip?
It's double 8.
24.
Not there. And so Vansky finds himself in the madhouse, and suddenly what was a good contest is being marred by a case of missed double-itis.
Does he have the prescription for it?
No score.
Apparently not.
And he require 8.
The double, Andy Davidson won his week comp.
After darts were missed to beat him.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Andy Davidson.
Double 2 for 2-2. He cannot believe it. He genuinely cannot believe it. Neither can Jimmy.
Game on.
Even when he's frustrated, he still cracks a smile, does Jimmy Vansky. He's had a couple of weird deflections, hasn't he? A couple of weird ricochets like that today, Andy Davidson.
$95.
That's more like it, isn't it? That's been missing in this game until now.
And is this the moment where Andy Davidson just puts his foot on the throttle?
If he gets the points,
100.
he will join Sykes on 8. And this will be the first match of tomorrow morning.
98.
Usual place, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Usual time for Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. Both myself and Henry will be here for this, and we can't wait.
It's going to be an absolute cracker, so please do join us on Pluto TV for all the action. Big pattern in play here. Davidson looking at 128. And because he's not going to find, means that Vansky is going to get an opportunity to break. 68 required for a 3-2 lead, and then he would throw in the last. 3-2, 14 darter, and Vansky's got the darts for the match. No messing about there.
6th flag, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
It's not going to be the same as last week, when we had a 4-point cushion at the top for Mervyn King. It was also a 4-point cushion for Steve West at the end of day 1 in Group C.
100.
This one is going to be tighter. So at this stage, you're definitely looking at a group that will be won
43.
on 22 or 24 points, if not less than that.
98.
I think a lot depends on what a Tom Sykes or the winner of this game does on Tuesday, whether they back a very good day one up with a very good day
81.
two, or whether somebody else can just find another gear and maybe just make this group a little bit more equal in terms of
59.
positioning. Vansky broken the last leg, but if he doesn't find a big score here, Davidson will feel he's got an opportunity to break back, but those couple of triples just answer that question a little bit.
96.
Touche a little bit. Maybe advantage Jimmy. That treble 19 bet.
96.
Very
Andy
profitable.
require
3 hits from
148.
4.
But Davidson's not going to find the 148 to take us all the way, and so
48.
Vansky
Jimmy
from this
require
point
90.
should get a match start. And he is going to get a match start. A double 10 to win it in style. And Jimmy Vansky is going to end the day with 8 points to his name. And the towering Dutchman is going to finish top of the pile as he gets the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 2. And some really good performances. It's like he's never been away as Jimmy Vansky. That was actually his worst performance of the day by about 10 points. But it was more than enough to dislodge Andy Davidson. And so it's going to be Jimmy Vansky, top of the tree, going into Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Reaction and analysis to come on Pluto TV after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Davies Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Legend.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Monday's action has come to a close here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. What a Monday we have seen here at the Modus Super Series. Tom Sykes and Jimmy Vansky have both won 4 out of their 5 matches. Jimmy winning 4-2 before the break against Andy Davidson. This is how the table looks then at the end of Monday's play. Jimmy Vansky top of the table on legs difference, winning 19 out of a possible 20 legs today. Tom Sykes also on 8. Andy Davidson, the closest contender, on 6 points. And I'm happy to say, and Jimmy joins myself and Paul Nicholson here in the studio. Jimmy, great to see you again. Many congratulations. A really good Monday. How did it feel from your perspective?
I think I played very good today. I had one game, a close game against Brian, and I even felt like, I played a really good game, and he just got over the line with that one. Me and Brian got some history, so I think that played a little part in that game as well, because I've lost, I think, 7 matches in a row, and he always plays a good game against me, so I was up for that. But yeah, again, he played a very good game, and I lost the game. So for the rest, I think I played a good day today.
Did that almost fire you up then, to a certain extent, that opening defeat?
I think so, yeah. But I think if I play 94 average and lose, I can play. I want to play 94 average all day, and I think I fancy my chances then, and I think I played very decent today. So yeah, I'm happy with today.
And if you take out the last game against Andy, that was pretty much the level you were playing to for the entirety of the session. And in particular, probably the standout game was that match against Tom Sykes, 105.5. That must have felt good.
That felt perfect, really. I know Tom Sykes is a quality player, and I know I need to bring my A game to beat him. And I think I did play my A game. And it resulted in a very nice win. So I'm very happy with that.
I don't know what it is about this place with Tom and Jimmy, but they always seem to bring it when they come individually or whether they're playing together. But when you see games of that quality, and to hear from Jimmy saying that he knows exactly what he's got to do against someone like Tom, this is only Monday. They could play each other many more times, and it's going to be fabulous to watch.
When you first saw the group that you're going to be in this week, what was your thoughts?
I was not surprised, because every time I'm here, I'm playing in such a group with quality players. So I was up for it already when I saw it. You can see it both ways. You can think, ooh, that's a tough group, but oof, I'm a tough opponent. So, You're in that frame of mind where other players got to beat you, haven't they? It's not about you worrying about them. Yeah, true. If I always say, if I play my A game, I can beat anybody. So we're going to see what the week's going to bring. And certainly a positive start. In terms of the beginning to 2025, how would you reflect upon it so far? Pretty decent, I think. Of course, everybody knows my disappointment of Q School, that I didn't got a 2 card. But apart from that, I just move on, play Challenge Tour. I played all right, a few unnecessary losses, but I had a few chances to play on Pro Tour. Made it to the last 16. That was a confidence boost for me. That's my personal best for now. I think I've played 14 Pro Tours. To get to the last 16 is for me already a hell of a job, So I'm pleased with that. And now my main goal is to perform better from Challenge Tour, that I can play more Pro Tours and play here. So and WDF a bit, of course. I love that though. It's my personal best so far. He's always looking forward, and as far as this week is concerned, he's going to be at the top of the tree, no pun intended, after Monday. But he's always looking forward. This is something that young players can learn from Jimmy. It's not about what you've done in 2024. It's about what you're doing now and what you can prospectively do going forward. And I suppose in terms of this year as well for yourself, I know you mentioned the disappointment, but can you use this year as a year to really get yourself ready for another result? And next time you get to Q School, feel as if you really are ready to get the card? I'm always ready to get another result, because I know what's in the tank, and I just need to show what I can. And and if it falls my way, it falls my way. And last year I've won a lot of tournaments. I've had a lot of interviews, a lot of podcasts talking about how do I feel after my losses. But don't forget, I've won a lot last year, and I can be proud of that as well. I need to get that in my mind to get stronger every match I play. So you might not even need Q School. That's the thing about the Challenge Tour. There's only 2 spots available for the people at the top of that order of merit. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. But if you look at Jimmy's year from last year, it started really well with a WDF victory in Romania. But after that, it was just chipping away, and the confidence was growing all year long, and then finishing towards Lakeside by winning another week here in week 12 of Series 9.
but there's no reason why he can't go on an assault over the next 6 or 7 tournaments and find his way into the top 2 of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
But is this the point where you get good? Because when people are talking about you, they're talking about actually the disappointments, actually skirting over what was the good things.
We live in a very critical world, Henry. I think Jimmy will understand this, because when you're constantly asked questions in interviews and on podcasts, they're looking for pieces of information that might give an indication of your weaknesses. But we want to glorify the strengths. When Jimmy first came here, we weren't sure what we were going to get from him. What we've had since his second visit here is nothing but drama, noise in the crowd, and success. And every time he's on the sheet, we are glad to have him back.
You didn't quite see that, but Jimmy was smirking over your shoulder with everything that you just said there. And in terms of today, in terms of the good things, what in particular about your performances stood out for you?
Yeah, of course, the game against Tom Sykes, but also the defeat against Brian fired me up a bit. And normally, before, when I was mentally not that strong, that would bring me down. And now it makes me better, because I didn't lose the game after that. And normally, it took me a few games to be calm and get ready again for the next game. And now I was fired up right away. So that I learned that.
Learning from defeat is one of the biggest skills that you can have in this game. Look at Mervyn King last week. He lost to Jamie Atkins on Wednesday. He would then go on to win his next 8 games and qualify for Saturday. He'd win his next 2 games. Obviously, he'd win his next game, but then he would lose to Steve West at the end of the group. But his response to losing to Steve was to then win the semi-final with that 157 checkout and beat Steve in the final. That proves that a loss is not the end of the world in a group phase type of situation. As long as you've got games left, you've still got a chance to put it right.
But boy, that 142 must have hurt.
Yeah, it definitely hurt, because I didn't even watch it, because I was looking to my shoes. That's what I did, because I just didn't want to hear game shot. And it was a bit delayed, but then he said, game shot. I'm like, oh, you must be joking me. But yeah, I'm used to this with Brian. Brian always checks out big finishes against me, and he played very good. But I responded with an 11 darter, and then responded with a 12. And then I lost it a bit, and then he just came out firing. So fair play to Brian. He's a quality player, and yeah.
But you responded well. 91 was the average over the course of the day. You'll take that, won't you?
Of course, but I know I can play better. So it's nice, but it's not the best I can. I always want to play the best I can.
What about this place, the Live Lounge? Because this has kind of become a bit of a home from home, hasn't it, for you the last couple of years?
I felt very comfortable when I go here. My fans, they text me, "Oh, Jimmy, shall we go watch a football game?" Or "Jimmy, shall we go play a league game?" I even played in a league game for them, and they won the game against the number 1 of their league. So that's super nice, and I enjoy it here a lot. Yeah.
I'm sure that Super League team weren't happy to have Jimmy Vansky just randomly.
I had some silly looks, but yeah, it was a nice night, and we won. So.
How many potentially could be here if you get through on Saturday?
Sorry?
How many potentially could be here from the Vansky army?
I've heard 26, but it could be more in a minute. You never know.
And this is what it's all about for you, isn't it? These moments. We're going to show you the win against Steve West the last time you were here. And one thing you're able to do is pull out big things at big moments, aren't you, Jimmy? And Steve West has become a bit of a friend and a rival for you here, isn't he?
Yeah, I've known Steve since I was like 11 years old. And me and Steve go a long way. And I love Steve to bits. But yeah, the rivalry is there. And it should be there. Because we are both quality darts players. And yeah. That brings those games.
The game needs characters, don't they?
Yeah, we do. We need people who gain popularity from being a very good player and being good with people. That's exactly what Jimmy's like. He's got a lot of friends in the game, and there are a lot of people who want to try and take him out because they know what kind of a target's on his back. And that's what we're looking forward to. Those kind of battles between Super Series greats, of which he is one of them, because we talked about Rhys Robinson earlier in this series getting to 3 weekly titles. Jimmy's already there. Steve West was on the cusp of number 6 on Saturday night. We've been here long enough now to create this algorithm of players who have got greatness right in front of them, and he's part of it.
We'll have another quick chat with you in just a second, Jimmy. Myself and Paul are going to round out everything else that's happened so far today. Tom Sykes, 99 average for the day. We actually asked the question, how is he going to deal with a long journey from Skegness overnight? Well, he answered those questions quite emphatically, didn't he?
Based on the way he's played today, I would get 5 hours sleep tonight as well, because he was superb at times. But it just goes to show how good Jimmy's played today, that Tom didn't even get a leg against him. And we love their head-to-heads. There are going to be at least 2 more. I'm sure there's going to be more than 3 this week. But Tom will be so pleased with the way he's played over his 5 games. He looked imposing, and he came right out of the traps in his first game. And with 2 170 finishes today, what more can you say than that?
Just a quick word on Andy Davidson's day.
Very, very tenacious, typically Scottish. It's the kind of day I would have expected from a Robert Thornton or someone like that, because did he play his best darts today? Absolutely not. But he was still able to get 6 points. He just seemed to run out of steam towards the end. But Andy's great fun to watch. And he definitely sees the glass half full. There's going to be plenty more smiles from him for the rest of the week.
And we'll be seeing all the players back in action again tomorrow. But for yourself, Jimmy, positive enough start. Is it just about now just building upon that as the days go along?
Yeah, I just see every day as it comes, and I see every match as it comes. I try to play my best game every day, and yeah, we'll see how it ends.
You're loving this, aren't you?
I'm loving this, always, when I'm here.
The smile's always on the face. Is that why we see the best of you here? Because we just get to see you in such a relaxed mode. It feels like everything about that just suits your game so well.
I always wanted to play here, and first of all, I didn't get an invite, and then I proved myself on the qualification tour, and then I got here, and it was a little bit of a dream to play here at first, and then I wanted to prove myself, and then the first time it didn't go well, second time I won it, then I won it again, then I won it again, and now it feels like home. So for me, I feel very comfortable when I'm here, and it shows in my games as well.
It's been great seeing you once again, Jimmy. Many, many congratulations. I'll see you tomorrow. Nico, always a pleasure to be in your company. It's been great fun watching all the action today. We shall see you tomorrow as well. We shall see you tomorrow for April Fool's Day here at the Modus Super Series. Careful what you guys do. Yeah, I know. Right, plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next, it's Tungsten Talk 2 with Simon Whitlock. He'll be talking about losing his tour card at the end of 2024, what the future looks like for him. And then later on, we'll be talking about the career of Richie Burnett. He was in conversation with Paul Nicholson for that at the end of last year. That's coming up at 5:10. And the live action's going to resume tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. here on Pluto TV for the second session of Group A. Jimmy Vansky, top of the table, but Tom Sykes joins him on 8 points overnight. And of course, they're all fighting for that place through to Saturday's final, 7:30, live here on Pluto TV to see who is going to join the Champions Week lineup, which of course gets underway on April the 21st. Champions Night is on April the 26th. But that is it from us for now. Thank you so much for your company on day one here at the Super Series. It's Jimmy Vansky, who's top of the tree. From all of us here, take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
Amazing! And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty